Hello, hello, and welcome to a new stream. How are you? How are you, Mehul? Good to see you here in chat again. And now I fixed the times for like the starting times in the banners and whatever, and also in the uh, last scene, the stream ending scene. It's fixed there, so we are on the correct times now. You're doing good. That's great to read. I'm doing good myself too. It's a Friday, so uh, I won't be streaming. I won't be streaming tomorrow, of course, and I'll be working like every day. I basically just work anyway. I think like I'm just figuring out like the times or how many hours will I be streaming every day. It's probably gonna be like 4 to 6, but I'm still like figuring it out. And also like I want to work on other uh, like I want to basically bring problems to the stream that are or tasks to the stream that are more interesting to work on stream, so they are interesting. And Kagi is here and says hello Kagi, welcome to the stream, welcome. Yeah, I want to bring tasks that are more engaging to to the stream, and I'm going to leave the tasks that are a little bit more debugging or that are tasks that I need to be like tweaking stuff for hours for myself in my solo development time. So yeah, let me show you what we're going to be working on today because yesterday, and let me remove my background here. So yeah, yesterday what we did what we did yesterday. I think we yeah. If I'm busy debugging, you'll be busy gambling. Yeah, I'm having fun too. So that's good. Um, yeah. So yesterday we finished fixing an animation for the enemies attacking basically. Then I I'm not sure what was the task in the middle, but the last task I remember it was basically making the elements have an impact on each other. So if you attack a fire enemy with an ice spell, it's gonna do double the damage, and if you attack it with a fire spell, it's gonna do half the damage. So stuff like that. It's pretty nice. And that's already done. So yeah, today I'm going to be doing something different. So a piece of feedback that was very important, I would say, or at least very important for me, because I also noticed it, was that when you're dashing in the game, like I can show you, when you're, and I'm just going to close this. When you're dashing in the game, you're going to dash in the direction you're facing, like the player is facing, and that is good uh, in almost every case. But when you're firing projectiles or just casting stuff, your player or the player character is going to face the direction in which the spells are being cast to. So for example, I can move like this, but once I fire, it's just going to lock towards the firing direction. So what problem does that create? If I'm firing something and I want to dodge back, for example, it basically I can't. So I'm just going to be um, I'm going to be locked, and I won't be able to fire or sorry, yeah, I'm going to be able to fire, but I won't be able to dash back if I want to escape a horde of enemies or something. I won't be able to do it. So yeah, I want to fix that first thing, and that's gonna be on the that's gonna be on the player movement script probably. Yeah, I think it is. So I'm gonna open the player folder, and here I have player movement. Uh, okay. So in here, I'm pretty sure that I have somewhere here is basically making the graphics of the player face the direction in which it is moving. And I think it's also not only moving the graphics, but moving the rotation of the collider itself. So yeah, and let me check that everything is working all right because I didn't did the check uh, before. I think it is. Yes, it's the horizontal is running okay, and the vertical is running okay. Let me just refresh this. Yeah, it seems it is. And if I check the channel, both streams are up. So that's good. That's good. Okay, so the thing is, I have to search for that place where I'm modifying the rotations. And where could that be? So I have my jump function. Uh, I have what? Can you see your character on screen, Mijo? Because I maybe in vertical. Yeah. I just noticed now. Um, yeah, that's the one. So now you should be able to have your. Yeah, I think it's when I start the vertical stream, the stream avatars app basically like goes crazy, and I have to specify what what stream do I want to pull the users from to get them into stream avatars. Yeah, there we go with the slots. Okay, so in here, I'm just gonna just check where I'm doing the rotation, and it's an update rotation probably. So here in is player aiming, or not in is player aiming. Basically, at the beginning of the update rotation, what I'm doing is if the player is aiming, so if you're locked into a position, or the cam follow after SP timer is more than zero. And this is just a timer that whenever you fire something, a timer starts, and it's like a second where you're going to be locked facing towards the direction you casted your spell at, you know? So you can just uh, cast spells at the mouse position. So yeah, if that timer is more than zero, I will make that you're going to be basically facing towards Mr. V. What's up, dude? How is it going? Good to see you here. Good to see you here. It's the third day since I came back to streaming. It's pretty cool to see you here. How is it going, man? Um, so yeah, I'm going to. And Mijo, you say he's here. It only took 2 days. The third day, yeah, in the third day. Insane W. Now, how is it going, man? And Sharkwave says, "Hola, I may be early today." What's up, Sharkwave? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so uh, I think you haven't seen the game, or maybe you watched the video, but here it is, like more in the engine type of stuff. Just for you, Mr. B, that you haven't seen this game. And yesterday we mainly worked on animations and stuff, and also on making the. I don't know if you have seen the video at all or anything. And Mr. B, you say, "Fantastic, mate. Glad to see you streaming again." Oh damn, that looks incredible. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really having fun back to streaming. Like I'm taking this lightly, in a lighter way. Like I said this like okay, yeah, this week I'm just basically like figuring out stuff, like going back to stream, like getting my English fluency back because I'm pretty rusty now. But like even though I'm pretty rusty now, I think I'm saying I'm stuttering less or saying less and ums. And you say, Mr. B, why can't we donate? Because I haven't really achieved I think you have to have like 3,000 hours. But thanks for trying to donate. Well, there's coffee, of course, but it's not the same. Um, yeah, but I'm just getting back into the habit of streaming here, and I'm probably gonna be doing like I don't know. I'm gonna be like super flexible with the times or the hours that I'm streaming every day because I want to keep this for a long time. Like I don't want to, I don't want to burn out again. And you say you somehow look more Giga Chat than before. I did look Giga Chat before. Yeah, so this is what we have going on here. Like there are three types of enemies. There's the normal one. There is the ice one. You can see it here. And if he slaps you, he's going to like basically make you slower. The other one makes you, the fire enemy makes damage over time, and you have to like an ice bomb spell, for example, where you can slow enemies down and stuff. And we're just getting the basics done here, so we can expand more into making more magic spells, into making more enemies, into making more areas for the game, and to like just making just expanding with more content. And Miho, he says, seems he's been working out. Yeah, I haven't stopped working out really. Um, and Mr. You say we need the Giga Chat face like the good old days. We're back, baby. Yeah, that video about this game really hit a lot of people. Like a lot of people watched it, and I got a lot of comments of Magicka fans just throwing snarky comments saying that I basically just made Magicka. Awful, but thank you. Yeah, what did you expect? Um, yeah, so here, what I'm trying to do here is like basically you have a dash in the game. Let me show you. So yeah, you have a dash, and it works okay and whatever. But if you're casting a spell, I make the enemy, or sorry, I make the player character face the direction of the spell casting. You know, so you can like just not have to aim. But the problem is that if you're casting something and you want to dash some other way, you're only going to be able to dash forward because that's the way you're facing. And that becomes a problem because basically after you cast a spell, there's like a second where it's going to be locked at that forward facing position. So yeah, I'm trying to make that you can dash to whatever position you want anyway, even if you're like just locked to a forward facing position. Mitrunjai Kumar, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. Yeah, long time no see. How is it going? Hello, hello. And Kagi, you say nice assets. Did you get them from asset store or create them yourself? And no, I didn't create them myself. I got this asset from Kenny's. So Kenny's has a bunch of assets for game developers. I got everything that's on the map. It's from Kenny's. So I think it's called the platformer assets from Kenny's, and that's what I'm using here. But for example, the player character I modeled myself. It's pretty simple, but I modeled this guy myself. All the fireballs and all the spells are made um, by me also. But everything you see that it's on the environment side, like this building and stuff, it's made by Kenny's. Oh, the shaders and stuff are made by me, but yeah, just everything environment related made by Kenny's. And Mr. B say, man, screw these fanboys. I've never even heard if that of that other game. Yeah, it seems like it was even for like the spell system here that I'm using. It's like heavily inspired by, like basically stolen from Helldivers. But they said like there's another Magic game that from the same company of Helldivers that uses this control, so it's not like the same. It's not the same. Like it's not creative basically, but yeah. And Mirunjai, you say great work. It's good. Good to see. Good to know that you're good, man. Good to see you in chat again. And Mr. B, you say also Roman steals assets. Shaking my head. Yeah, people are not going to. I don't think they are like really maliciously like trying to say I stole something. It's more like sarcastic type of comment, and that's it. And Miho, you say, I think you got the entire Magicka fan base over here. That's a population. Yeah, probably. And no, but there were a lot of other comments that were like super nice and were like super excited for a game like this to be made. And they were saying like Magicka Trio or something. Like they were not bad comments really. And Nepal is here. Says yo yo, what's up Nepal? What's up? Welcome to the stream. And yeah, so let me actually work on this. So here, I'm I'm doing this thing that is basically I could just do that. Basically, if the player is aiming or the that timer, that second after you fire hasn't passed, you're going to be locked looking forward. And Mr. B, you say, Roman, how do you say Mr. B in Spanish? Sería Señor B o Señor V. That would be Mr. B in Spanish. Yeah, it would be like more of Señor V because there's like B for the large one, like it's B, and that one that's shorter is UV, like OV. Um, And Chuck Baby say, I'm at McDonald's. What do you guys want? Give me some chicken nuggets, please. If you can, that would be awesome. Okay, so here, else. Else, I'm just going to the, yeah, basically whatever, whatever input I have, I'm going to basically just go towards that input, even if the only things that are locking me in are these things. So I have to make sure that I'm not dodging, first of all. So if I am dodging, I'm going to execute this code. Otherwise, if any of these are happening, I'm going to execute this. So I just have to search for a variable. Probably I already have one that is like, am I dodging or something? uh, and Mr. J, you say, I saw you live and I thought it was just a video until I clicked. Yeah, I didn't really did an announcement. I think I'm gonna do an announcement for next week. Like it's gonna be like the real start of me streaming again because I'm just trying to like get used to it again. I didn't want to have like a big announcement, or at least big in terms of how big the server is. Me only say 500,000 World Cups. And Senor Uwe says, that sounds way cooler than Mr. B. Just refer to me like that from now on. I'll see if I remember every time, but I'll do it. Um, okay, so here I just want to see if I have a bull, like a true or false, if I'm dodging, because I don't know if I have it. Probably I'm just checking the timer. Dash time. Yeah, probably I'm just checking the timer. So Dutch timer is here. So if Dutch timer is less than 0, so I press this, and Dutch timer is less than 0, and Dutch cooldown timer is this. Yeah, so this is just a cooldown. I don't care about this. I'm just gonna put Dutch velocity equal transform forward at Dutch speed. And where am I using this? Here. Target velocity equal Dutch velocity. Okay. And Chuck Baby say I gotta go for now. I'll try to catch the stream later if I have a chance. Okay, thank you for joining, even if it was some minutes. And see you next time. Chuck Baby. Bye bye. Mr. Señor Uwe says I can't believe there is 800,000 people in stream right now. Yeah, sure. See ya, Chuck Baby. Um, okay, so here I'm gonna go to the Dutch timer again, the Dutch thingy here. So on Dutch, invoke false. Dutch timer is more than 0. Um, okay. So in here, I'm just only just calling this here one time. So I have to say, if the Dutch timer is more than 0, it's probably because I'm Dutching. Yeah, I'm just gonna put a comment for me so I can know how to use this for later. If this is larger than 0, the player is Dutching. Dutching. And Nick is here and says, "Hi, Ramon. What's up, Nick? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome." And Jay say, "Check work in progress on Discord. Working on something." Might as well gamble in the meantime. Let me check Discord this one time. Yeah, so something that I'm changing from now on is like basically um I'm just on the first 2 hours of the stream. I'm just like doing development, and then I take lunch and I react to whatever you send me there. Because problem that I had with the stream before is that I had to like constantly be changing things and going into Discord to see this stuff that you send me. So I just want to react in one chunk, or just watch what you send me in one chunk, so we don't have to constantly be switching between like tabs and stuff. And I just hear the what, dude, the ultimate giga chat. That is a giga chat. Why is it angry? It's just the testosterone making him angry. Looks good. What are you using that for? Is it like a commission or something? And Red Wolves is here. What's up, Red Wolves? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? And yeah, I'm probably have to rewrite everything with uh, rewrite everything with if statement. And Jay, you say I thought you were stopping live. Yes, I stopped for 8 9 months, something like that, and I just came back this Wednesday. Um, yeah, that's basically it. I'm probably gonna do an announcement on the weekend or something that I'm like fully back into streaming. But I'm just trying to get more fluency again in English, and like just getting used to streaming again. And you say just for practice. I don't know what to do with it now. Well, you can share it in different like you can put it in itch, or you can put it on. I think there was open games art if you want other people to be able to use your model. And Red World says, "I'm doing good. I'm glad to read that." And you say, "So what are we working on?" I'm working on uh, making the Dutch basically just not care about what direction you're facing. It's only going to care about um, yeah, it's going to care about. Let me just explain, because here, if your fire or your aiming or you fire a projectile, is going to lock your character to face that position, and it works. Okay, that's not the problem. The problem is when you want to dodge to another side, like for example on the sides or to the back, you can't do that because you're locked looking forward. So I want you to be able to dodge anywhere you want, even if you're locked while you're firing. So they like override the Dutch overrides the direction you're facing for to fire. New challenge: I write an entire game in one script. Yeah, it might be easier to write, but harder to actually find stuff. That would be a nightmare to find stuff there. Um, and just making everything run would be a nightmare too. Okay, so in here, let me go back to VS Code and let me go to the update rotation part here. Let me find it here. Rotation here. So in here, I could put this in here before, like instead of doing the else in here, I'm just gonna do like inverse this. So I'm going to say here if the there's a roulette going on. Dude, this guys discovered the roulette yesterday. They are so addicted to just gambling with the roulette. It's crazy. And yeah, you say I thought you were stopping live now. I went back and you saying bye to someone, so I thought you were stopping. Oh, okay, okay. No, that was saying bye to Chuckwave that had to go. But no, I'm probably gonna be here for a while. Okay, yeah, yeah, I get it now. Mr. You say, when are we getting a sequel to Voiding? I don't know. I don't think I'll work in anything related to Voiding anytime soon. When the Blendguard update? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to even say any time because probably it's going to be false. And what will we say? Sounds interesting. Also, what's like the core concept of the game? All I know, there's magic, enemies, and like some core that you have to destroy. Yeah, so uh, for now, it's just like waves of enemies. You go to zones, these red zones that are in the game. I can actually just show you instead of telling you. So yeah, this there are these zones, and you have to go to these zones and beat enemies. The main thing about the game now is just doing that. Like that's what you have to do. You have your spells going on. So you, I'm using the arrow combinations for you to select spells. So then you can cast them, and for now there's not like really any lore or anything. It's just I'm trying to have a fun fighting experience, and in the near future just include sound effects, include more enemies, include more spells, like just making something that it can be easily expanded on. And yeah, so you have to beat this, you have to beat these areas. There a bunch of enemies are going to appear. You have to beat them all, and this thing will unlock basically the shield that's protecting that core will drop, and when it drops, you can fire the at the core, and that core is like basically what's uh, it's basically going to destroy the whole zone and making you progress to the next wave until uh, until it unlocks that hub again. So you need to go to that hub to start a new wave. But I want to put more stuff, of course. I only been working for on this game for like 2 months, 3 months. But of course, there was a large period of time in those 3 months that I didn't have my computer because like my previous computer broke, like completely doesn't work. They weren't really able to repair it at the repair shop that I sent it to. So yeah. So yeah, you just break this and it's going to disappear, and another one will appear. And Mr. B or Señor V says, anyway, guys, I gotta sleep. I'm so freaking excited you're back. I'll watch stream longer next time. See you later, mate. Have a great stream. Thank you a lot for joining. Rest well. And yeah, see you next time, dude. It was good to have you here in the stream. Bye bye. XPR says, hello, welcome to the stream, by the way. First time chatting here. Or yeah, just joining back. Just joining back. So hello. Are you going to add sounds to the game? Yes, I really want to add sounds to the game. Probably going to be doing that next week. This weekend, I'm going to search for the sound effects that I want to include. So in next week's streams, I'm going to be adding them, and it's a big part of what will make the game fun, probably, because now there's like complete silence. And Rebel, to say, so we are adding and making a core fundamental game and then expanding on it. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Just working on the core of the game, like making sure everything works, so I can expand on it in multiple ways, like adding basically more content and more objectives for the game. And yeah, you say my friends were saying the model I made is not good. It will not be sold, so stop working on it. And then I send it to you, and you said it's great. Thanks. I'll start working on it again. Uh, dude, why are your friends so like haters? I don't know. I think it looks good. Could probably be used. You could share it. If you want people to use it, you can share it on games. Freegamesart.org, I think. Um, or just put it on itch, or there's like multiple ways you can share that. Okay, like going back to this here. Nick, you say, okay, the movie starting soon. I'll probably join back and nearing the end of the stream. Okay, Nick, was good to have you here. I hope you enjoyed the Final Freddy's 2 movie, and tell me if you like it when you come back. If you come back, or just tell me on Discord, whatever is more comfortable to you. So have fun. Okay, here I'm going to do the inverse of this. So is player aiming is not true, or and probably and come follow after SP timer, spellcast timer is less than 0. I'm going to do this, which is basically just facing the movement direction, moving. Or I mean, I could on Dutch really. I don't think this will work. I think what I'll have to do, or well, this could work, but actually, it's not the ideal way of doing this, or at least for not from my understanding. So what I'll do is I'm going to have is dashing boolean. So whenever I dash, I'm going to have a is dashing here. Let me just create this here. It's going to be a private. I don't need it for any other script. Bool is dashing, and it's going to start off with false. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And whenever I call on dash, it's the same place basically where I'm going to be using this. Is dashing equal true? And here calling this, and is dashing equal false? And here I'm not really sure why I have an event for that. I know there are other scripts listening to that event, but I think there are like one or two. I'm not really sure. Okay, so now now that I have the isdaching, I'm going to go back to the update rotation, and it's here. And I'm just going to check the probably when I do the Dutch, I could check um here. Like I could check the inputs, and according to those inputs, I could do the Dutching. So yeah, this is making the face movement direction if moving, but I want to do the face the movement direction on Dutch too. So yeah, I'm going to. So this is just facing the movement direction if moving. So planar velocity. Where am I getting this planar velocity? It's just vector 30. Vector 30. And x is the motor base velocity x. Probably could use this here. I'm just gonna grab all of this and put it here. And it's me invited. It says hi, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It's me invited. So we're here working on a magic game. I can quickly show you how it looks. It's well, it's I can just play around a little bit so you can see. I'm not sure if you remember me, but I used to watch your streams. Maybe do you have another username, or was that the same username you used before? Like so long ago. Yeah, like I just came back to streaming like 2 days ago, or yeah, this Wednesday after 8 9 months. But did you have the same name before? Did you change your username? Because maybe if you did and you tell me your previous username, I'm gonna know. Uh, like I'm gonna remember better. Or you can also tell me when for what streams were you in, or when did you join? In what streams? Um, using it. Okay, it was the same username. It like so long ago, like 9 months ago. Okay, okay. And where and in what stream did you join? Did you join on the horror game? Did you join on wedding, or uh, on what stream? And yeah, you say, okay, Roman, it's good to see you back, but now I have to go. My friends are calling me to watch Formula One, the movie, F1, the movie. From next time, I'll be here for longer. Thank you for your kind words. Love to see you back. Thank you for your kind words. It's good to see you on the chat here. And yeah, just have fun, enjoy the movie, and see you next time. Bye bye. Um, and it's been invited. You say this is so good. I hope I'm glad you like it. This is just like a silly magic game. I'm still like in the very. I'm just still working on the core to of the game to expand it a little bit more later. But yeah, that's it. And it's been invited. I think I was horror game. I think it was like a dark game. Okay, yeah. I think it was. Yeah, so you joined around. It was November, I think, November of the previous year. So I know you're here. I'm sorry for not remembering the username, but it's pretty hard to keep track of the usernames after 8 or 9 months. But welcome back. It's good to see you here, and yeah, just welcome back. And Red Bulls, you say, oh yeah, I forgot to mention the mod I mentioned for Need for Speed a few days ago. It released today at 5 p.m. my time, so 20 minutes from now. Let me know how it goes and how it looks once you get it, because I assume you're gonna get it, right? And ASP bar, you say, will you be adding raycast lighting for water reflections and stuff like that? Probably not. I want to keep this game like super light on graphics. So I'm gonna make it look better than how it's looking now. But I want to keep it light so people that don't have like super good PCs can run it in anyway and can have like really good performance anyway. Um, yeah, I want to lean heavily on the on these types of graphics, low poly stuff and whatever. Red Wolves say yes, of course. I just praying the batteries in my controller aren't dead. Yeah, okay. So in here, let me pause and going back to here. Rotation. Yeah. So actually, is datching. It's datching. Yeah. So in here, when I say true, I want to copy this basically, since I'll be doing the same thing. So in here, yeah, I do the datch, and this is gonna be face the movement direction. Face the movement direction. Yeah, that's just it. So the planar velocity is going to be vector.0. The planar velocity.x is going to be the motor. So the motor is just like my transform, but I'm using a package that's called a kinematic character controller, and it uses a motor. So that motor is going to control my velocity. And yeah, so I'm gonna get the x from the base velocity x and the z from the base velocity z. Now, here, why is this throwing me an error? Yeah, I don't have a reference to current rotation because current rotation is in here. Let me check. Mhm. Yeah, current rotation comes from the update rotation function here. Just one says, "Hey, what type of dev work do you do?" Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm doing game. I just do games. I'm currently working on this magic game here. Let me just comment this so it doesn't throw me any errors, and I can show it to you. It's a low poly type of game, silly graphics, a magic game with the controls from uh, from the games you can see. Like the games you can see these controls in are Magicka, I think, that I'm aware of, are Magicka, Helldivers. So basically, you select your spells with the arrows. So, for example, up, uh, left, and up. It's gonna give you some fireballs, and you have to eliminate these enemies. There's like elemental types, so one one element has its opposition. So, for example, if you cast a fire spell towards an ice enemy, it's gonna do double damage and whatever. So yeah, that's what I'm working on here. That's the type of work that I'm doing. Yeah, and I'm currently working on improving the Dutch on the game. So okay, target rotation is going to be quaternion look rotation, planar velocity normalize. Yes, I have my target rotation. And just one says, I subscribe, man. Great work. I'm also thinking of going into game dev. That's awesome, man. And I thank you for the subscription too. Really appreciate it. Um, yeah, it's so fun, so fun. I think you'll love it. if you end up going into it. Okay, so yeah, this thing, the current rotation is actually comes from the update rotation function that I have going on, and that is part of the kinematic character controller package. So probably going to need to do that in there. And Red Walls, you say this still reminds me how much I still don't understand programming games. Um, it's it's hard, like it's easy to be intimidated by other people's code because you haven't written it yourself, and like to understand something you really need to dive in and like give it a proper read, like see everything, like for example, even experienced people when they're joining projects have like a week or some period of time when they are like basically just reading, like making themselves comfortable with the project so they can start working then after that period, because it's like um, building on top of a foundation that you don't know how it looks. You know. So yeah, I don't feel too bad about it, and yeah, that's it. And EXP Bar, you say, I like the ideas of the core mechanics in your game. Magic has many possibilities. Yeah, I'm really excited to explore more of like this magic world that I want to create here. Um, but first, I have to have a good foundation here. I want to have a college game this time, so I want to just have clear foundations. And just one, you say, do you stream on Twitch? I don't. I just only stream on YouTube, mainly because, well, I previously streamed on Twitch like 8, 9 months ago, and not a lot of people were there. Like it was harder to get the discovery, and also I just enjoy like it's easier for me to just set up one stream. Well, I'm running two streams here, like vertical and horizontal, and but they're both in YouTube, and it's like less setup, less things to worry about, and actually there's more people that are interested in what I do here because I also upload videos. So yeah, only on YouTube. Okay, so current rotation, quaternion dot slurp, current rotation. Um, Maybe let me see if on the motor, I can have a rotation, rotate character, set rotation, set the character rotation directly. Yeah, I can do that. And I'm just getting used to this package. I haven't used this package before, so um, yeah, I'm getting used to it too. So now, let me just put this here, and I'm not sure if I'm going to need the quaternion that slurp, because just quaternion that slurp is just making stuff. It's like basically animating from one point to another. If something is rotated like this, instead of just going snapping directly to here, the slurp is just making it go slowly towards that position. But what I want here is not really an interpolation, like a smoothing. What I want here is just like snap to whatever position you're facing. So, and red walls, you say, yeah, that's understandable, but still, in many ways, everything feels overwhelming. It's okay. It's okay. I know it can be overwhelming. Just if you're going into it, take your time, have a lot of patience, and you will progress a lot. And just one, you say, keep going, man. uh, you undo this pro. Uh, Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. So just want to say, where did you learn this type of game dev stuff? YouTube resources? It was a combination of courses, YouTube resources, like a lot of trying things myself, and breaking stuff, having a bunch of problems, and that's the way I have learned. And well, I am still learning. Of course, I think it's if you want to master programming, there's like decades. You can put decades into this. But just for starters, like some introductory courses and YouTube stuff. There's plenty of resources on YouTube that are fairly good. So yeah, that's a good way to start. And but I would say the best way for me to learn stuff is just making new projects where I want to learn something new, and you will not know where to start because it's so new. So you can search for YouTube videos for inspiration of how to do certain stuff, but mainly just trying yourself to solve those problems with the tools that you currently have. And maybe those tools are not the best for the problem, but if you can solve it anyway, you're going to get a better understanding of how to do stuff. And when you get better with and get more resources, more tools, you're going to yeah like just be able to do stuff more efficiently and like just learn faster. And Red Walls, you say we have been relearning mechanical engineering, car engines, and some other stuff to be exact in physics. And god damn it, it feels sometimes impossible to remember everything. Yeah, remembering everything is very huge task. But like just taking notes and the most important stuff will stick if you use it. I think for me at least, I'm not like the smartest person. Like I'm not a genius or anything. Um, it like just to give you the context, the first course I took on programming, I had to finish it and then repeat it completely, start over from the beginning again, and do it all the way through again because I didn't understand it. So you don't have to be smart to to learn this. You just have to be very patient. Um, just want to say thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. No worries. It's a pleasure and good to see you're interested in game dev. Okay, so now instead of doing the slurp, I'm just going to grab the target rotation. I think I already have the target rotation. That's all I'm going to be using here. So I'll just put it here. I'm going to comment this line. I'll keep it here as a comment for reference later if I want to tweak something else. But I just want to see if this works. Yeah, everyone learns at their own pace. What's the saying? Comparison, it's the thief of joy. There's people that are going to probably learn faster than you, other people slower, but the one that's going to learn the most is the one that doesn't stop learning. So keep that in mind. Okay, so what I want to try is like firing. Okay, so if I fire in hmm. Okay, so that's updating my yeah, that's updating my rotation. So if I go here to update rotation, I'm gonna search that function rotation. I'm going to first make sure that is dashing can't be true. So is dashing equals false. And is player aiming. But I'm not sure if this I'll have to do like a double check. Let's just try this for now. Let's just try this and see. Okay, so in here, yeah, that's still getting overridden. I mean, I'm getting there, but yeah. So during, I'm actually just going to probably, instead of doing this, I want to update the rotation if I'm dodging because I already set it there. So if I'm dodging, if it's dodging, I'm actually just going to return nothing, because here, like if I do a return, nothing that comes after that return is going to get executed. Like nothing of this will happen if I'm dodging. Like I do not want to update the rotation if I'm dodging. Let's see. So okay, so the rotation it is actually is it is working. The thing is, my velocity is just going forward. That's the problem now. My velocity is still going forward because you can see that the character itself is rotating, like the graphics of it rather, it's rotating, but I'm not actually rotating as like the velocity is still the same. So that's probably because the rotation is not the only thing controlling that that movement. So in here, I'm gonna check the is dashing again. I'm gonna go to is dashing again. So whenever I call that, is dashing is true. So dash velocity, okay, yeah. Here is the thing. The dash velocity is still the you can see it's transformed at forward. So it doesn't matter what direction I'm facing. Um what I can do, what I can do is this should be related to the probably motor, probably the motor transform or the motor forward. So motor forward. Does it have a forward? Character forward. The character forward direction always up to date. Okay. I don't think this is the one, or is it? I'm gonna try it anyway because I'm learning about this package. Character forward, like this. I'm gonna try just to see if that would work. Okay, so it's working here, but what I'm trying to test is okay. Yeah, that's the same. Okay, so then what I'll do is I'm going to probably just create a vector here, or do I have a movement vector? I think I have move input. So move input is just getting my is getting the if I'm going left or right or like forward and backwards. So I think I can multiply the move input instead. Move input and what else? This is just timers and stuff. What's really this is the important line here that's controlling my the direction I'm moving, like basically my velocity and stuff. That's the one, and that this is just for facing the movement direction. But I'm not sure if I just apply the velocity, probably the other part of my the update rotation function that I have going on there, like back or sorry down the script, probably already solves that or takes care of that. And Miho, you say I'm back. Welcome back to the stream, Miho. So here, let me fire. Okay, that's it. That's fixed. You see, so now I can, whenever I'm firing, I can just fire and I can go wherever with the Dutch. So I am not sure if I need to get rid of this. Uh, probably probably can. I'm just gonna try and do it because why have repeated code if it's not doing anything? So here, just try it out, but it was already working. This guy is here. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. So just for you that you just joined, cheese. What we're doing here is I think you were the one that gave the feedback that when you were casting spells, you couldn't dash to other directions. So yeah, that's that's what we're trying to fix here. I am listening to your feedback. So yeah, now even if you're casting spells forward, you can still dash to other places. So yeah, I'm gonna keep this back. I'm gonna get this back, and I'm not sure if now that's good. Anyway, is that good anyway? I think I'll probably have to do the set rotation anyway. Probably, but I wanted to check if it would work like that. Yeah, because it's actually just setting the character's rotation. And I'm yeah, this one I don't need actually. This one I don't need. So I'm just getting the planar velocity. The planar velocity is just vector 3 at 0 is just 0 on the x, 0 on the y, 0 on the z. And then I update the x to be the motor that base velocity. It would be like a transform.x, and this would be like a transform.z, but it's just for the velocity, the current velocity that my character has, like my physics have. Also, it's time for daily dose of gambling. You have to get your daily dose of your daily fix of gambling. Okay, so here, let's just see if this is working. Wait for this to load, and okay, if we are, yeah, it's not working at all. It was working for the specific case, I think, that we had before. Yeah, now I don't know why. Yeah, now I don't know why. If I bring this back, okay, this is what we had, and it was working just like a second ago. And Miho is say, I've lost 60 from roulette today. Yeah, awesome luck. Awesome luck. What did I do that was messing with the rotation? Mm, maybe it's not good because there are certain places where I can dodge and it's still like basically not as I want it to be. Okay, but there may be a problem with the Z axis. Not sure. Not actually sure. I thought I had fixed it. I actually didn't. Oh, you tried to put 200 on the slots? Okay, so actually what I'll do is I want to check the move input. Yeah, because this is getting the vertical input, so this goes from -1 to 1. I think forward is 1 and -1 is backwards, so what actually could be happening here? The uh, dash velocity here is dashing. Okay, if I'm dashing, I just return. Like I don't want to update the rotation. But uh, the other, if I'm not touching, I'll just move to the next thing in line. Okay, so planar velocity x motor at base velocity that x. Yeah, because previously I was multiplying this by motor. No, by not by the motor, by the transform that forward. Yeah. So this could be as easily as well. I could do a calculation here or whatever for getting the inputs, the like according to the inputs, or I could just do the rotation before. Yeah, I could do the rotation the before applying the velocity. So the velocity is going to be transformed that forward. It's going to be forward relative to the direction, but I set the direction before. So will that work? Okay, for the normal non-casting one, it seems it is working in most cases. I can, yeah, this works just as normal here. Works just as normal. And now when I spellcast, yeah, I can move to other areas. Yeah, so I can touch back if I want. That's, I think that's solved. I wanted to try it a little bit more just to see if I can break it. Because I don't want to wait for Nick to figure out it's broken. Okay. It seems to be working just fine. Yeah, I don't see any problems with this. No problem so far. I can go back. Yeah, that's great. That's great. So I'm going to probably just commit this. There weren't many changes. Like the fix was actually just let me open GitHub desktop so you can see the changes. I can show it to you. Show it to you. So it wasn't really that much of a change. How many lines? It was just this. Adding some lines here and there. Like just basically making sure that the rotation doesn't get updated when the player is dashing, so it doesn't try to override that. Um, just making the rotation happen before the dash, so it whenever I dash, I just set it in the direction of the input instead of just the facing direction. So now the player or a player dash according to input. And I'm going to put a larger description here, or what I'm going to be writing here is now the player can dash to whatever direction is inputting instead of just being locked into dashing forward while basically while aiming or uh, after while aiming or recently spell casting. So yeah, that's the description for this. Let's push that to origin, and that's done. Task 1 of today is done. So make the dash go in the direction of the input no matter where the player character is looking at. Done. Now, I see you're since yesterday, you really are like non-stop gambling. Let me check how much currency do you have? And let me do a leaderboard. Red Wolves, you say the Need for Speed mod got delayed for later today. What an awful new. So when is it gonna launch? You know, in how many hours? So Nick now is the one that has more money. Yeah, I can't argue with that. You are top two, and you're gambling a lot. And Red Wolves, you say in an unknown amount of time. That's a shame, really, but it's better if it launches correctly. That if it launches with errors, I would say so. Just a little bit more of a wait. But you would expect if they like delays happen like normally when things get delayed like video games or mods or whatever they get delayed like the week before, not like the day of the launch. Mijo, you say I'm somehow fourth and below 200. Yeah, I think there was like an all in like basically everyone yesterday or the day before went all in, and like mostly all of us like lost everything. I think Negrep lost everything too. Yeah, there's a lot of unprofessional gamblers out here. And Red Wolves, you say it was supposed to be released in November, but got delayed till December today. They had a problem with the YouTube premiering live stream, so they had to cancel it for a bit. Oh, but it was just because of the live stream. Just because of the live stream. Well, that's weird. But if they say it's gonna be launching later today, then it's reasonable to keep the hopes up, I guess. Okay, if the player is inside a subway when it spawns, I actually don't want to do this first. Let me put this here first. Yeah, I think this order works better for me. So in the game, let me go to the wave manager. Let me go to the wave manager. Where is it? It's inside managers and it's here somewhere. Yeah, wave manager. So in here, I think it was Cheese Guy too that pointed it out that basically when you were playing, the enemies like kind of stopped spawning or were spawning like slower. And yeah, you were absolutely right because once you defeat a lot of enemies when you are outside of the when you're outside of the area, they basically don't count like the quota achieved. It's a little bit hard to explain. I explained it in detail what's happening with that in Discord. Um, but yeah, like I think I have the explanation here somewhere because it's pretty hard to put into words for me. So I think this is the comment that I wrote myself. Okay, I know what the problem is from just watching your gameplay. It's not really a bug, I would call it bad design. So kills only count when you're inside the area. Whatever kills you get outside don't really count for the quota. So there's a hidden quota of enemies that you have to get to beat, of enemies you have to kill, but they do for a list, uh, keeping track of the enemies spawned in the subway. So yeah, those things are separate. I'm going to make them one, so there's no more problems there. While you're outside the zone, it's subtracting from that quota you have achieved, basically how much enemies you have killed. So you have to kill more, but it's not updating that list. It's that list doesn't get updated, so the spawns are the same even though the quota is less because you're outside of the zone. Yeah, but I'm gonna make it ADHD proof. So yeah, now let's make it ADHD proof. Okay, so that thing I have quotas here, but let me see. So in here, player penalty, subwave settings, entity spawner, animations in color, and other. But where do I have spawner core? I want to see where I have that the quota and where I have the enemies. Yeah, so here is the enemy quota achieved. So this is what's keeping track of how many enemies, no matter what type, you have killed so far, you have destroyed so far. But also there's another quota. So I'm gonna search the keyword quota. Quota. Like this. Um yeah, and the current subwave, basically the zone, also has its own quota. You see, so the way the way a subwave works is it defines an enemy quota. Like basically, the subwave tells you how many enemies you have to kill, and then when that zone starts, I have another variable that's keeping track of how many enemies you have killed so far, and every time you kill an enemy, is going to basically ask or do this. Okay, is the enemies killed number larger or equal than the enemies that have to be killed in this wave, like in this zone? If it's yes, the zone, like there's no more spawning. Okay, so now, what is it that I want to do? I want to go into spawn enemies in subwave. Let's see. Get valid spawn positions. No. Player to have penalty. No. Subwave on position. No. Subwave ended. Enemy death. Set color intensity. No. Start new wave. No. Set player in spawn zone. Now what I want to do is probably this one. Spawn enemies in subwave. That's probably the one. It's the spawning that I want to modify. So it's not that large. It's a couple, maybe 30 lines long. 30 lines. It's not that long. So yeah, let me read this, or let me just explain what I'm doing here too, so you get a little bit of a sense of how this thing works. So here, first thing I do is I want um, I want to get the current subwave. What is the current subwave? The current subwave is just the current wave data and subwave datas. So in a wave, there is a bunch of subwaves. I just want to get the current one, and I don't know why. I could probably do this uh a script wide variable, like not just local, because I don't know why I'm assigning this all the time. Probably not good for garbage collection. So I just want to check if the current subwave is null. If it is not null, then or if it is null, I'm going to trigger this. Basically, the current subwave data is null, and then I'm going to return, so nothing that comes after that happens. What else? Okay, so this is the meat of the function. So yeah, that's what I was saying before. The enemy quota achieved, is it less than the current subwave? If it is less, then I want to make the spawn timer, basically like reduce the time from the spawn timer. And if the spawn timer is less or equal to 0, so basically it's time to spawn an enemy. So when it's time to spawn an enemy, I have a list of possible enemies that can be spawned. Yeah, like available enemy list indexes. So I'm going to clear this list so it doesn't have anything in it. And for each, I have an enemies in wave index, you know? So, for example, for the fire areas in the game, the cheese guy, you say, sorry, I was away for a moment. No worries, completely okay. So for the areas, the fire area in the game, for example, I have index 0 and 1. For the normal enemy has index 0, and the fire enemy has index 1. So that wave can spawn the normal enemy and the fire enemy. And then I also have another list that contains how many of those will spawn in that zone, or in that subwave. So in here, the current subwave enemies in wave quantities is more than the enemies already spawned with that same index. So what I want to do here is basically modify this. The enemies spawned. Enemies spawned is going to, when I reduce the quota achieved, I want to reduce the enemies spawned. So let's go find that. And I want to see where am I using this. Enemy spawn that clear. Yeah, this is on resetting the subwave. And Miho, you say, oh, sorry, wait. What happened? Um. Oh, one thing. I tried the like having my background. If I put my background on, I think it looks worse, right? Yeah, it's at least for the text, it looks worse because it doesn't make a huge difference. I think in the horizontal one. So, what do you prefer? I like both, but I just wanted to know what's your opinion. And the cheese guy say we're trying to make a duel, and we can. Oh, okay. And Marco Setembri is here and says, "Yo, what's up, Marco? Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here again. And say how's it going? It's going good. Going good. How are you? And yeah. So in here for enemy spawned, I first want to look for the quota achieved. First one, no result. Um, achieved quota or something with quota really. Quota. Yeah, enemy quota achieved. Here it is. So in here, I it's probably on yeah the zone penalty because that's the one that controls when it gets subtracted. And Marco, did you say fine, something new? I'm glad you're fine. Yes, I have something new. So we already did one task today. So it was like a quality of life improvement for the game. I can show you what we just did. So before, when you casted spells and you dash, like when you do a dash, if you were casting spell, you can see, for example, I can be facing this way, like I'm facing left, you know. But when I cast a spell, it automatically goes forward. The player goes forward. Yeah, so that's good. But when I was dashing, instead of instead of going to whatever position I want to go with the WSSD, you know, whatever position I'm moving to, it's only going to go forward because I was locking the player to be facing forward. So that no longer happens, and you can dash to whatever place you want, no matter what. You know, you can just throw those spells and like just dash. And let me read you. This guy say Roman is fixing bugs that bullied me, and Marky say like when I tried the game from H, I didn't notice it. Yeah, it's not that bad, and you don't encounter it pretty frequently, but it can be annoying in those counted times where you do find it. And say good is fixed. Yeah, good is fixed. It was very annoying. It didn't happen a lot, but when it happened, it was annoying. So yeah, and now I'm trying to fix another thing that is related to the player, or so sorry, the enemies, yeah, the enemies spawning. So there's like a quota of enemies that you have to beat, but when you get out of the zone, that quota, like basically how many enemies you have killed, is going to like basically subtract from that number. So the game is keeping count of how many enemies you kill in a wave, but when you get outside of the zone, it's going to subtract from that number. So that was okay, but I wasn't subtracting from the list of enemies that I spawned. So there were like basically if you killed a bunch of enemies outside of the zone, they were not appearing as fast. That's the thing. So that's what I'm trying to fix now. And Marco used to say, so the Dutch was facing the last WSD input. No, it was always facing forward. That's why it was annoying. So now it's facing whatever WSAD input you do. And Blue Stickman is here. Hey, a long time no see. Yeah, a long time. 8, 9 months has been. It's good to see you here chatting. Uh, and yeah, how are you? How is it going? Good to see you. Okay, so in here, when I do the yeah player outside of zone penalty, what is this? It's just one, but I'm not sure if I want to do yeah. If I probably will do it modular. I don't think I will do anything different than one, but just to make sure it is scalable in the future, and if I want to just move that number up and down or down, I can just do it. Do that. And Blue Stick Gun say I have made my own dream game in Scratch, of course, and made a whole website so you can download it. Cool, cool. I'm going to check it out once. Well, if you can send it on Discord, so I can check it out. You can share it on share whip or share work in progress or self promo in those channels. If you share that there, I'll be able to check it out. And yeah, but I'll check it out in like half an hour because that's where like now GG's done. So I'm gonna explain it again. I'm changing the way I do stuff a little bit. So for the first 2 hours of the stream, I'm just like coding, solving things in the game and whatever. And then I like go for lunch and react to whatever things you send me there, whether they are videos, whether they are things you have been working on. And so we just don't have to be like changing all the time from one task to another, and I can just see everything you have sent to me in a big chunk. So yeah. And Tali says, "Jay, Roman's Casino is open. What's up, Tali? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is just the stream is just turning into pure gambling. But yeah, like yesterday got really bad with the gambling. Nepo said the casino is rigged. Of course, it always is. You can't trust the casino unless you're a professional gambler like the cheese guy, like and Nick probably too. Okay, so here I'm gonna do a 4. So basically for int I equals 0, and as long as is less than player outside of zone penalty. So now it's only gonna be 1 always. But if I want to turn that to be 2, 3, 4, and 100, I want it to be modular, so it doesn't break. Yeah, it's not rigged for professional gamblers. Like you have to understand. Um, yeah. So now, what do I want to do here? For each enemy that I remove from here, and we go to a chip. Yeah, I'm making sure that I don't remove from the enemy quota chip if it's less than 0, because it would basically break everything. Probably would get an index exception, like outside of the array, outside of the bounds of the array. And Audi Gamer is here. What's up? Good to have you in the stream. And yeah, you say hi. Why is bro nesting the code so much? I'm nesting the code just for checks, for checking stuff here. So here in the first time, I'm checking if I'm spawning and the player is not in the spawn zone. and then I'm checking if the timer. So basically, can I penalize the player for being outside the zone if that timer has already run out? And then I'm checking if the enemy quota chip is more than zero, so it doesn't break my for loop going on and doesn't break the enemy quota chip. Yeah, how is it going, Audi Gamer? Uh, I sent it. Okay, I'll see. I'll see it in 24 minutes. In 24 minutes, I'll be having lunch, and I'm going to see what you have sent, Blue Stickman, so I can try it with more time. And Tal, you say what are you working on right now? I'm working on fixing a problem that this guy found, where if you kill a lot of enemies outside of the area, they are going to like basically start spawning very slowly where they shouldn't. They should spawn at the normal rate. And I can go in detail of why that happens, but basically, I'm just gonna explain it basically. It's because I have a quota of enemies. Like basically, I'm counting how many enemies have you killed in the zone or in the wave. Okay, if you have killed, um, okay, if you're outside of the area, I'm going to subtract of that. So basically, as long as you're outside of the zone, I'm going to penalize you for being outside. So I'm going to make that you have to kill more enemies. So how do I do that? I'm going to subtract from that number of enemies you have killed. So you have to kill more to beat the zone. The thing that happens is that if you kill a lot of enemies outside of the zone now, that enemy quota that you have achieved is low, uh, but there is a list of the enemies that have been spawned so far that is full. Basically, it gets full, but the enemy quota is still low. So there's like the enemies just start spawning very very slowly. It's highly contextual to the game. Yeah, I worked on feedback. I implemented feedback from the cheese guy. It was a pretty annoying thing that for datching. I'll show you in a bit. Just let me finish this. And Bluestick, when you say one time during coding class, I saw how the teacher told everyone to create a new text file on Word. You had to save the current one, erase it, and replace it with the new content. What? I didn't follow that. You have to save the current one, erase it, and replace it with the new content. Why? I don't know why do you have to do that. Okay, so here could be to like you create a text and you change the extension so it reads like code. Um, okay, so here, what do you want to do with this player outside of zone penalty? For every penalty, like I want to go into the enemies spawned, and I want to check. I just want to get a random number basically from here. Well, I need to know which um hmm, I need to know if the enemy spawn basically if I keep count of, for example, how many normal enemies and how many fire enemies I have spawned. Now I want to know if there are or I have spawned um, normal ones, then I'm going to do one thing. But if I haven't spawned there normal ones, I just want to remove from the next one. So I could do a while loop. And Lustig Man, you say Spotify raps are everywhere. Yeah, YouTube recaps, Discord checkpoints, like everyone's following the same thing, the Spotify, like doing the same stuff. I think they're pretty cool, to be honest. Like I'm not going to complain. I haven't seen the Discord one. I have just seen the Spotify rap. Okay, enemy spawned. But I want to check what the length for the length of, or is it the count? Yeah, because it's a list. Um, I could get a random one, but yeah, I could get a random one. Mm, because I want to access this enemy spawned list in a random order, but I just want the ones that have a number that's larger than one. So I'm going to do what? Because if I just do random, I'm not going to achieve what I want here. Mm, because I could create another list here. I'm not entirely sure if this is the way I want to handle this, but for now, I'll just do this. So for enemy spawned, the count e plus plus. So I'm going to iterate and I'm going to add one to that. So I'm going to have uh, another list. And I can probably just turn this into script wide list. But for now, it's just going to be local list. So yeah, list is going to be enemies spawned with larger than zero, like than zero. And what this list is going to equal to is just going to be a new list of what? This list is of indexes. Enemy spawn larger than zero. Uh, I'm gonna, yeah, list indexes larger than zero. It's a pretty long name for a list, but it's better if it's easy to know what I'm doing rather than having like very short names. I'm just going to have maybe larger names in some cases, but they're pretty self-explanatory. Like you can't go, you're not going to mistake it for something else. And it's a type of int. So yeah, there's like it's clearly a problem in optimization having that happening every time, like creating a whole list every time. But I'll change this later. I'll change this later. Tali say I like goblins that kill worms. Oh, by the way, how is your game going, Tali? Have you worked on your game today? Lucy, yeah, you say yeah. I usually just do file new. Um, okay, so in here, what I want to do is enemies spawn list indices larger than zero. Mm, I'm going to add e only if enemies spawned, only if enemies spawned. Yeah, only if enemies spawned e equals more than zero. If it's more than 0, I'm going to add that here. So now in here, I can use that to go and search a random index from enemies spawned. And tell you say no, because my VR is goddamn glitching right now. What happened to your VR? And Bluesty Run, you say I like to make music, and I started making music I think 1 or 2 years ago. Cool. What do you use? Are you using FL Studio, Ableton, Boss Casio? What is it that you use? I actually would want to get into making music myself. Like I think that would be cool for my games, but it takes a lot of time, and I just prefer so much like just programming. How you say the how many won't pop up? Pretty weird. And Blue Stickman, you say none of these programs. I use Beatbox. Wow, Beatbox. I haven't heard of it. Is it is it free? Enemies spawned that what? Yeah, so I want to access a random enemies. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this if the enemies spawn spawn list indexes larger than 0, count is more than 0. If that's the case, then I'm going to do this for, and here I'm going to access the a random. It's going to be unity, or I could just do random that range from 0 to enemies spawned list indexes larger than 0 that count. And since this, yeah, what will I do with that? I'm going to subtract from there. Just 1. Or, yeah, player outside of sound penalty. I'm going to subtract from there. Yeah, it's going to be minus player, or minus equal player outside of sound penalty, like that. And I think that's it. She's got to say, interesting. I rarely make music, and I do it just for fun, and I've heard of it. But personally, prefer LLMs, like large language models. Is that what you mean? I've heard of Beatbox. And Blue Stick might say Beatbox is a literal website, and I use it a lot. And these guys say I know. For me, it's too retro, I guess. Blue Stick when you say I love Beatbox because it's simple but not too simple. Yeah, I think it's there's like some some of these apps for making music that are like just in the like just hit the sweet spot of not being too complex. So you don't have to be like an actual musician or producer to make music in them. But they are not so simple that they're basically like a toy. Um, let me read this one more time. So the way I have to try this is I could just display. Yeah, I think I could just display the like basically how many is housing pound enemy spawn. Yeah, whenever I do this, I could do a debug. So for int I equal 0, I is less than enemies spawned that count, I plus plus, and then here I'm just gonna debug that log. Um, I'm gonna debug that log, that index. So index is gonna be I, and here separated value equals enemies spawned that count, or not that count, but I. Yeah. So that should give me some info whenever something gets spawned. And this guy say Roman LLMs is not large language models. It's a music software. Although the names are similar, I didn't even notice. Yeah, I didn't know that. And Blue Stickman, you say I'm learning Morse code, and I think I know the majority of letters. Cool stuff. Seems complicated. It seems complicated to me. And real TCGM, new chatter here. Welcome to the stream, real TCGM. So you say, so do I need to make a Magicka joke, or has that already been done to death? It has been done to death, dude. Like I got what 100 comments telling me that basically I just made Magicka from the video. So it has been made already a lot, and I just didn't know. I just didn't know it existed. But I guess it makes sense that I had to, like, it would be probable that I knew of that game if it was from the creators of Helldivers. Okay, so in here, yeah, probably that will get me some helpful messages. So let's run this and see what happens. So in here, what I'm trying to get is basically that list that I just made gets well, I didn't just make it, but the list that is keeping track of the enemies that have been spawned should get the numbers should decrease once I'm outside of the area. Okay, key not found exception. So I'm getting errors. And where am I getting errors? In here. What could be the problem? Because I don't think the could the problem be the debug.log itself? It would be pretty weird. In real TCGM, you say, don't blame you. You don't really look at Helldivers and go, ah, yes, the Bulleter made a Magic Wizard game. Yeah, and I really didn't even say like it was the first game to make it, like to have probably there's like 100 games that have done this, some more popular, some other less popular. I just said like I looked at Helldivers, I liked it, and I'm going to make a Magic game about with those controls, with that mechanic. But yeah, Magicka games or Magicka followers really put a lot of comments into that video. I'm not going to even try to understand what you sent, Plus Stickman. If you want, you can share what you said, but I don't know anything about Morse code. Let me see if that debug is actually the one creating the problem. I don't think it is, but let me just make sure. And Realty GM, you say the wild thing is almost all those games that did this sort of input system were inspired by Magicka. It's wizards all the way down. Yeah, I just didn't know. I think someone told me about Winecraft or something. I think it is a Minecraft mod that already was using that those controls too for a magic system there. So yeah, there's like probably a bunch of examples where that's is coming from. Yeah, probably Magicka, but I'm not sure. Uh, could be wrong too. Okay, so is am I getting any errors now? No, it doesn't seem. I'm not getting any errors. So maybe it was just the the debug.log that I did there that I was creating there. Yeah, so what could be the problem here? So for int I equals 0, and do I have, oh yeah, I have an I already here. So I'm just gonna use another letter. So an E, just gonna use an E here. Could that be the problem? I think it is. Because otherwise, if this count is less than 0, or there are no, there's nothing in the list, this shouldn't run. And Blue Stick might say, "Wow, this game looks nice." Thanks, man. Thanks. Um, and Real TCGM say Magicka 2011 and Windcraft 2013. Yeah, so we know where that came from. It's usually for events. Where's the next one? Is J. I just use like whatever is just for debug.log. I'm going to get this out of the code anyway. I normally like use X and just whatever letter until I get them like basically all. Okay, so index value 3. Yeah, it is counting them. And when I get out of here, this should decrease, like the value should decrease. And you're not going to see this, but now if I pause, yeah, the value increases in here in the list. So that's what the normal behavior of this is. Then when I get outside of this, it's going to decrease. So that's good. That's good. I think the problem is fixed then. Now I just have to clean this up a little bit because I was creating a local list at runtime, and that's not really good for garbage collection. Yeah, but first I'm gonna get lunch. So I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna be reacting to um, or you just saying what you sent here, Plasticman, and whatever you want to send me or stuff that you want to share with me on the Discord server. You just send it on the under share work in progress or self promotion, and I'll see it. But yeah, anyway, gonna put a boss battle if you want to join the boss battle. There are commands for join, and you have to type the type of character that you want to use. So I'm gonna put it in here. I think it's boss and easy. Is that the command? No, I don't know. Boss battle easy. Is that the one? Oh yeah, it started. So there are going to be commands there. Probably you have to use just join, and yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm here. I think it assigns bots when there's not a lot of people, because the boss battle is pretty hard. Yeah, for now I'll just clean this up, and then I'm going to watch what you sent there. Uh, and RealTC GM says it decided I would not be joining. Well, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Yeah, the delay in the chat is really big. It seems. What a shame. But are you in the horizontal stream or in the vertical stream? I think you are in the horizontal one. Base here and says, "What's up, Romanculus?" Like an homunculus. What's up, Faye? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Yeah, the boss has a lot of damage. Yeah, that's the horizontal. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't make you join. I don't know why. Just give me a second. So I'm back. Uh, Lunchtime now, for me at least. Yeah, the boss battle really is a struggle. In fact, you say, "Oh wow, Roman stream 5 hours now." Um, I'm not sure. What is sure is that I start the times that you can see in the banner of the channel. I start at 2 p.m. Universal time, or universal coordinated time. So yeah, I have the same starting time, but the streaming time can vary. Yeah, it can vary. I'm gonna be a little bit more flexible with that. Probably gonna be 4 to 6 hours of streaming, Monday through Friday, but it can vary. It can vary. Yeah, I'll see that after the boss battle. I don't know what's wrong with the delay today. I I can see in my OBS that there's no problems really with the connections. The connection, or at least the kilobytes per second I'm sending to YouTube for streaming, it's like 6,000 and something. It's pretty good. I don't know why there's such a huge delay. I'm eating what do you call this? It's pig meat. I don't know how you call it, like pork, pork with rice. Yeah, what's the leaderboard now? And let me go into. Let me go into Discord and let me see. So, Blue Stick sent me. I'm actually not going to show my direct messages because there are some IRL friends here. So, Stardust official website. Stardust official website. Let me see. Stardust is a game by Blue Sigman, made on the website of Turbo Warp, which is a mod of Scratch. This version was almost okay. This is how you play Stardust. To begin, press the start button on the main menu. To move, you need to move your mouse cursor. You can collect power-ups in the game where they can give you an extra life or shield or money. Once you have enough money, you can buy yourself a cosmetic you like. If it's too hard or easy, you can adjust the difficulty of the game yourself. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave this for later because like I'm eating, I'm not going to be able to play this correctly or fully. So I'm gonna leave it this for later when I finish eating. But let me see what you sent here. Cheese guy or was no, it's not cheese guy. Is from Tali. Oye, oye, estoy comiendo. That's just a pork and rice. It's not a bowl. It's just a plate. Yeah, if you want to share a game with me, just well, you can send it here too if you want. You can share the link here in the description or in the comments or in the Discord, however you want. And yeah, but let me explore. Let's see. This is early access footage of the game that Tally has been working on. Also, those things are like firing at you, like spitting stuff at you. Looks pretty chaotic. Nice, and you have some shaders going on there for when you hit them. It looks cool, really cool. I would just make the textures larger in size so they don't get like, or no, that's actually something probably with compression. So make them uncompressed, and they are going to look crisp. But it looks pretty nice. It's pretty nice. You actually that's good progress for how long you have been working on this. You send it to Discord share with. Oh, okay. Click the dot here. Hug inducer sequel. Hold left click on the dot for 5 seconds. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna. I'm gonna play both of those when I finish eating. Um, but for now, I'm just gonna put a video in the background. Like I'm gonna be here, like watching along. Pretty much just a video in the background of AI from GTA. Just because I'm eating and I'm not going to be able to like say anything or whatever. So let me put this in here. You do like this. Switch account. And this is it from Dandy Andy. So yeah, I'll just be here. Um, I'll be eating. I'll be pretty much just silent for a while, but I'll be here.
Every single day that passes, we get closer to Grand Theft Auto 6. And today, we're talking about the insane, revolutionary AI that is promised to us in Grand Theft Auto 6. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is set to revolutionize open world gaming with the most advanced NPC artificial intelligence system ever implemented in a video game. Rockstar Games has been quietly developing groundbreaking artificial intelligence technology that will fundamentally transform how non-playable characters behave, interact, and exist within the game world of Leonida. Unlike traditional NPCs that follow like predetermined scripts and predictable patterns, Grand Theft Auto 6's characters will possess dynamic intelligence systems powered by advanced AI algorithms that enable real-time decision-making, adaptive behaviors, and persistent memory systems. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of technical jargon, but just stick with me here because this stuff's really exciting. Basically, what you really need to know is that means we're going from static, run-of-the-mill, non-responsive, repetitive NPCs to something that is truly lifelike. We're talking digital citizens here. So Take-Two Interactive has filed multiple patents that reveal the sophisticated AI systems powering GTA 6's NPCs. The most significant patent is patent, and I'm sorry, this is a mouthful, US 11684855B2. It's like a cheat code. Titled System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment. So this introduces hierarchical course graph navigation and real-time decision-making neural networks. This patented system replaces simple pathfinding.
Well, the AI that they had for Red Dead already was like super good in terms of how real it felt, but it was more like for the dialogues and the animation system that they have. They use Euphoria, I think, or something with a similar name. So yeah, basically their animations are pretty much controlled or procedural because of that system, and they like really do a pretty nice job at making it feel real. Sometimes there are places where that can be improved, but I just can't wait for this to get even better. And just gonna say, I think I sadly have to leave. See you in a few days. Okay, it was nice having you here, and yeah, see you whenever you can join again. I'll be live again Monday. So bye bye. Okay.
With a dual layer approach that processes navigation at two distinct levels. So NPCs can now make contextual driving decisions based on environmental data, including traffic density, weather conditions, road types, vehicle characteristics, personality traits, and even urgency levels. So let's say you have an NPC, let's call him Tom, and Tom works a 9 to 5. Well, used to, Tom would just drive however that NPC was defined to drive. Well, now let's put him in a working man pool and maybe his marriage is on the rocks, so he's programmed with a few variables, and maybe his marriage is on the rocks because he got caught playing poker with the Christmas money again. So anyways, Tom's in a big hurry to get home to get Timmy to soccer practice. Now, something like this could be added as like a soft passive that acts on Tom's urgency levels. So let's say Tom is at a 20% urgency to get home already. Just Tom, and a few other NPCs will put him at 20% as well. Whatever connects through this tree of this kind of story. Well, now if Tom runs into to, let's say, a traffic backup, he's going to be more likely to do something illegal to get around it or just to act like a douchebag on the road than, say, another NPC. Or maybe you have an NPC who is partaking in the devil's lettuce while driving around. They might drive the speed limit, which is very strange, especially here in Texas, or lower than the speed limit, and it's based solely on that. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but these are the kinds of different things you're going to be seeing on the road. It's always been interesting traveling on Grand Theft Auto's roads, but expect to see some really out there stuff, just like when you're driving in real life. And that's because rather than following fixed waypoints, NPCs are going to exhibit spatial and contextual thinking, choosing safer exits during emergencies, for example, or detours during traffic incidents. And in Tom's case, maybe he's going to hop a median and then get T-boned by an oncoming truck. Oh man, this is getting morbid. Anyways, let's move on. So let's talk a bit about an advanced procedural animation system.
Rockstar acting like this kind of background game system is revolutionary when Elite Dangerous did it in 2015. Elite Dangerous. I haven't heard about the game. But if they do something similar, is the AI really good? Or, like, because I know, like, maybe a lot of things AI, not machine learning, but AI has been made and has, pretty much they are like, the most regular one is just like a tree of behavior that extends and depending on certain variables, like just take one way or another. But yeah, it's just when the tree gets large enough, things start to look or to feel rather more like interconnected, more like just better. Like the world feels more alive that way. But yeah, how was that AI from Elite Dangerous, and what other things did they do? Because there's like pretty interconnected things happening in GTA 5, for example. And a real TC GM say they didn't use LLMs; those didn't exist class ago. Yeah, I see they are being like connected. Those behavior trees being connected to LLMs, and for example, in Arc Raiders, you can see during the days, like when the days pass, the AI gets to expose certain different behavior because it's learning from what works with the players. So I think it's pretty cool that AI is being introduced that way into games, because it just makes the experience have more, like basically more content, because you can't really learn attack patterns or a movement pattern or any type of pattern because it's adapting. The entire economy is simulated. Oh wow, that's a lot of simulation.
Is really exciting. So Rockstar has developed a revolutionary procedural motion system that breaks character movement into modular, reusable building blocks that can be dynamically reassembled in real time. That is freaking cool. So basically, instead of like having an NPC and being like, you will do this if this, you know, that's how that would normally happen. Now you're like, okay, you will do one of these few things if this, and that. And it's up to you to decide when you would do one of those things. Oh, you chose that. Well, now you will do this next thing based on not only choosing that, but these several other things as well. Oh, you did that thing? Well, now here's another list of things that you could possibly do based off the previous decision that this NPC has made and external factors. So you can imagine how complicated it gets. So under patent, forgive me guys, US 11620781, it outlines this system and method for virtual character locomotion, which uses data-driven animation blending instead of massive preset animation libraries, like we just talked about. This means NPCs no longer play static animations, but adapt their movements based on context. And that's very important to making a game immersive. Context. A character walking in the rain while injured and carrying groceries will have their animation dynamically generated from individual motion components, like a limp animation plus a weather reaction plus object carrying equals unique, believable behavior. Now you can get a bunch of these different variables, sprinkle them in with a bunch of different NPCs, and you can just imagine how colorful the world will look around you, not in actual color, but in the movement of the NPC. NPCs around you, especially with these new muscle systems, but that's another story. The system can modify animations based on character state, weather conditions, fatigue levels, and environmental factors. So if you're like me and you went and bumped into NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 4 as soon as the game came out to play with the Euphoria physics, or if you just do that in any Rockstar title with Euphoria physics, if that's one of the first things you start playing with, then you're going to love this, because not only are the physics going to be top notch in this game, but now you're going to be able to see how they react, and it's going to be very interesting. And I know a lot of people have fun with this in Red Dead Redemption 2. Now you're really going to be able to throw a wrench in an NPC's day, which is kind of cool, because in a way, instead of everyone going on massive...
Yeah, it's like real TCGM. Okay, this animation proceduralism is actually revolutionary if they can pull it off. Yeah, but they were... I think this is like a culmination of a lot of years of working on something similar. Because with the Euphoria, there was already proceduralism, but now that the AI, like they can include AI into this, or just improve the system that they were working on for, I think, decades. I think they started using Euphoria, or maybe I'm not saying the name okay, but like a decade ago or more than a decade ago. So this could be huge. Like our RDR2 already does pretty amazing stuff with, for example, enemies where you shoot at them in, I don't know, a limb or at the chest, they go for, like, they grab their chest like in pain, or they like drop to the ground, or if you shoot them in the knee, they have trouble walking and stuff. It's pretty awesome already. I just can't imagine how it will evolve.
Killing sprees, maybe we'll just all be going around mildly inconveniencing NPCs and seeing how they react. Now let's talk about memory systems and persistent relationships. This is freaking awesome. One of the most groundbreaking features is the persistent memory system that allows NPCs to remember player actions and modify their behavior accordingly. If you frequently cause chaos in a...
Now that's also very impressive. That would make the game feel real, because that's like the ultimate layer of making stuff feel alive. Because yeah, even though the other animations and stuff make it feel like alive in the moment, if you join, I don't know, 3 days after, like in another round of playing, and they remember stuff like that, that's gonna be another level. It's more like the interconnection of already existing stuff and the improvement of that already existing stuff, plus the AI, the LLMs. Crazy.
Specific neighborhood, for example, residents will begin to recognize and avoid you, or even become hostile based on past interactions. This memory system extends beyond simple reputation tracking, so NPCs can remember specific encounters, develop grudges, and even seek revenge on you. This system creates a living ecosystem where your actions have lasting consequences that persist throughout the game world. Can you imagine what that's going to look like? You know, you go into a neighborhood, you bump into a guy, and maybe you're doing it to test out the game like we just talked about, but you keep coming back and you bump into that guy and only that guy. Well, eventually that guy might have a baseball bat ready for you. I'm just saying, don't bully NPCs in this game, man. They're not going to put up with it. And while that is absolutely mind-blowing, these NPCs are also going to have a dynamic daily routine and schedule system like we haven't quite seen before. You see, Grand Theft Auto 6's NPCs will follow complex daily routines that go far beyond the simple patterns seen in previous games like Red Dead Redemption 2. So yes, NPCs are going to still have jobs, but now they're going to have relationships and personal schedules that change based on the day of the week, time of day, and current events. Beach areas will be crowded on weekends, but relatively empty during weekdays, with the same NPCs appearing in different attire, swimwear on Saturday, for example, business clothes on Monday. Traffic patterns are going to shift, you know, like with rush hour traffic, there's going to be heavier congestion during the morning and evening commutes, and this is going to create an authentic sense of living in a city with a realistic population. Something else that's really cool that I'm really happy to see them bringing back is weather responsive behavior. Now, it is going to be more advanced in this, but in Grand Theft Auto 4, if it's started to rain, you would see NPCs put on raincoats if they were the police, or, just if they're walking around your standard NPCs, they might have an umbrella out, or they might put a newspaper over their head and run to avoid the rain. Well, now the advanced AI system includes sophisticated environmental awareness, particularly regarding the dynamic weather system. So NPCs will seek shelter during rainstorms, dress appropriately for weather conditions, and modify their activities based on temperature and atmospheric conditions. So during hot weather, NPCs might move more sluggishly, wear lighter clothing, and spend more time in shaded areas or air-conditioned buildings. When storms approach, they'll rush indoors, pull out umbrellas, or cancel outdoor activities. This level of environmental responsiveness has never been achieved in open-world gaming. And it's interesting too, because you'll be playing the game, you'll be like, why does this feel so immersive? And it's things like this, things you can't quite put your finger on, but it's literally because the NPCs around you are making the decisions that the people in the world in real life are.
I think the fact that they just have a schedule, like it's not in games like, for example, Stardew Valley, they already have schedules, but they're like super predictable, and it works for games like Stardew Valley. But just seeing that they're like dynamic and make more sense, because why would a lot of people would like be outside in the street when they are like in work hours, So it makes sense. Pretty cool to see. I'm like everyone is pretty much looking forward to GTA, but I think if they are already expecting mind blowing, it's gonna be at another level. Like no one knows how mind blowing it will be. Like they have a very large amount of money to spend this game. I think they have like 2 billions or something of budget to make this game. It's incredible, an incredible amount of money, and not just the amount of money, because other large studios exist and have that amount of money and put maybe not 2 billion into a game, but millions, and they don't get GTA. But Rockstar has that history of only making gems and has been producing masterpieces since basically the beginning of their company. So pretty excited.
Around you make every day. So I don't know if you hated the witness system in Red Dead Redemption 2, but even if you did, now it's going to get a total overhaul because we have real-time crime reporting and witness systems. Perhaps the most game-changing feature is going to be this real-time crime reporting system where NPCs call 911 to report witness crimes. I mean, they did do that in Grand Theft Auto 4, but this is going to move beyond scripted police responses to dynamic law enforcement based on actual eyewitness accounts, like Red Dead Redemption 2, Grand Theft Auto 4, but NPCs will react differently to crimes based on their personality and situation. So now if you accidentally kick a horse in the shin, or if you just bumped into an NPC, you're not going to get the cops called on you or the lawman called on you. It's going to be dependent on the NPC's personality and the situation you're in. Like in older titles, some will flee, others will record incidents with their phones. I think we saw a little bit of that in Grand Theft Auto 5, and a few might even attempt to intervene. But what makes this more advanced than previous titles is it will be heavily influenced by the context of what you're doing. So these interactions, while they were immersive and cool in previous titles, they're going to feel more realistic now. The police response will vary also based on the severity of the witness crimes and the quality of witness descriptions, which is pretty freaking awesome. So if you go over and slap someone, you're not going to have the entire police force show up and immediately gun you down like they do in Grand Theft Auto 5. It might be a little similar to Grand Theft Auto 4, where you have one cop get out of the car and be like, hey, what are you doing, man? And the witness description bit also plays into this new disguise system, but that is covered in a previous video. The police are going to have a working memory of who you are, so you're going to have to change how you look, or maybe just get out of there. The whole idea of witness descriptions and everything is going to give you a reason to keep a low profile, and also completely change the way you approach doing what you're doing. It's really freaking cool, because now you're not going to be able to go somewhere, gun down a bunch of people, and, walk around a corner and someone be like, oh, hey, how's it going? You're going to have to really think ahead before you do things, like in real life. Speaking of police, let's talk about advanced police AI and tactical responses. So the law enforcement AI represents a massive upgrade from previous Grand Theft Auto games. Police NPCs will use advanced tactics and coordination based on threat assessment, available units, and surveillance data. Instead of the omniscient tracking of Grand Theft Auto 5, which I absolutely hated, police will conduct realistic searches, losing track of players who break line of sight or change a.
That's so freaking cool. Like, I know the GTAs, or at least GTA 5 was, I wouldn't call it annoying, because I really like, I don't know, going into a store and getting just behind the counter, like start a massive war with the police. But it gets weird that they always know where you are. So yeah, I get the point. In this is like just a huge improvement to Grand Theft Auto.
Appearance. This new system includes dispatch timers that give players time to plan before police arrive, and officers will attempt negotiation before resorting to violence. And that's kind of similar to how it worked in Grand Theft Auto 4, a little bit. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 4's was much simpler than that, but it'll be nice to see that again, is what I'm getting at. Police can identify suspects based on vehicle descriptions and witness accounts rather than supernatural awareness. But, we were talking about NPCs whipping out their phones, and social media is going to play a big part of this game. So it's looking like NPCs will record player actions and potentially share them on in-game social media platforms. So causing public incidents could lead to viral videos that affect how NPCs throughout the city recognize and react to you. So some of the stuff you're seeing in the trailers could just be straight up gameplay that has been captured by an NPC and posted on social media. So if you go on a huge killing spree, I mean, you might have like a live leak style video pop up in the game. This creates a dynamic reputation system where your notoriety spreads organically through social networks. So some NPCs may act as influencers with substantial followings, and interactions with these characters could trigger city-wide reactions or unlock exclusive content. Your actions could become trending topics that influence NPC behavior across the entire game world. And maybe you'll have to pay certain influencers a visit if they're posting a little too much about you. So we talked a little bit about how NPCs are going to navigate traffic, but how about how they walk around the world? There's now going to be enhanced pathfinding and
Well, GTA 5 already did a lot of the GTA games have already been very satirical of like society and whatever. And I remember in 5, like there's like missions to like basically get rid of a CEO of a tech company and whatever, and they already have like phones. They pull up their phones and stuff. They take pictures, for example, in GTA 5 online when you are in a sports car that is pretty expensive. NPCs whip their phone out and take photos. They make comments about it, and it's in part because they have been updating the game a lot, so they have like more dialogue and stuff. But yeah, I just want to see they take it to another level.
Spatial intelligence. So this is an AI system that features revolutionary pathfinding that allows NPCs to navigate complex environments with human-like intelligence. Instead of getting stuck on obstacles or following rigid paths, NPCs can now problem-solve navigation challenges in real time. So you're not going to catch some dude staring.
Yeah, if you want to see the full video, it's by Andy. GTA 6 has the most advanced AI ever made. I'm gonna put it in chat if you wanna watch it later or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna get back to well, try your games because you sent me 2 games that you wanted me to try. So let me try those. The ones here, Stardust. I have to download this. I'll give it a quick play. Probably not going to be like a full gameplay. I don't do that, but I'll try it out. What's this? Stardust, like I just download the full thing. It's an SV3. What's that file? I don't have Scratch, by the way, so I don't know how. If this only runs in Scratch, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have Scratch, so I'm not sure how. Scratch and Tuborg Warp are websites. Yeah, but how do I Scratch? How do I play the SV3? I don't even have an account or anything. Well, I need to create an account. So Tuvor Rap. So you say you can play games with an account. Like here, for example, I have my like I have Scratch. Where should I put the game? Like what I downloaded? The game has copyrighted music. Oh, yeah, like I have the Stardust 1.2. But how do I actually play it? Well, while you answer that, I'm gonna try the other game that TCGM sent. So it's this one. Click the dot. Let me start. So hold left click on the dot for 5 seconds if you can. The dot is scared of the mouse. Don't give up. Get to 20 score and win. Good luck. Okay.
Click the dot.
Is it copyrighted? I was just like trying to get to the dot. Yeah. Like these types of games are just pretty hard. Like how do you get them to? Is this even possible? Is this possible to actually beat? If I go slow. But like it's trying to avoid me, so hold left click on the dot for 5 seconds if you can. I don't even have one of score. It's just like automatically going away from me. And it just goes away from here. Like it automatically reacts. Like I don't know how am I supposed to do this. Seems bugged. Yeah, I figured because I really can't get any. Not even one score. Let me restart the page maybe. I can do search sequel.
Click the dot. Click
Okay.
the dot.
It does seem to be bugged, right? Because yeah, I can't really get to it. No matter how slow or fast I go, it just like automatically does it. I can't get the mouse to there. Yeah, I really can't do anything. Okay, but if I go like super slow, I'm gonna go super slow. Or super slow again, like to the other direction, like against it. Like it automatically just goes. Oh, like I just can't. I just can't. Maybe it's just bugged. Could be. Yeah, if I zoom the page, how do I zoom the page? You have to go into itch.io for me to zoom the page, or you have to set it up so I can zoom the page, because now it's set to
Click the dot.
now it's set to just like a display without zoom. I think there's an option in control scroll wheel. Oh yeah, but that's like that's some. Okay.
Click the dot.
It's also like bugged for me. Like it's not a frame rate problem. It has a frame rate problem. It's 1920 by 1080. My screen resolution. Yeah, it's not really working for me. Yeah, I'll just try the thing with the turbo wrap to try the other game, and I'll go back to the developing. So it's turbo warp. Copy and paste the Scratch project link here. But what if I want to load from your computer? Okay, here it is. Stardust. This version has a new save system, so save simply stop the project. And you say real TCGM. Well, that's the first time I've seen that behavior. Oh, and this is copyrighted music, so I'll turn it down. Generally, no idea why. Yeah, that happens. In say thanks for trying, anyways. Yeah, no worries, no worries. A pleasure. But yeah, there's sometimes or some problems that we just don't get until other people try it, and like maybe in your computer it works, but for some other computer it just goes crazy or whatever. And I have that happen a ton of times, so it's pretty normal. And yeah, yeah, full screen recommended. Let's start. Okay, you control with the mouse. Very nice. I like the graphics. Did you make the graphics yourself? The only thing that I don't like is the font that you're using. Like I would like to see, I don't know, a background for this, so it's more visible. But overall, I really like the aesthetic. Very simple. I like the drawings. Cool. Good. I still have more life, so yeah, I'm using Microsoft Edge. That could be also the problem. With different browsers have different behaviors, so it's always nice to try uh, web developed games with different browsers, because it could vary a lot. The experience of the game could vary a lot. We have 3 lives. Like, and what can I do with the catch? Been tasted on Chrome, Brave, Opera, and Firefox, but not Edge, because Edge intentionally breaks dozens of things Unity WebGL relies on. Fair. To be honest, fair. It seemed like it could not be, but it seemed like a problem with the time scale or with the frames. Maybe if you use fixed time scale or multiply by delta time, depending on either of those could be related or could potentially fix it. I'm not sure, but it's just ideas. Would you look at that? I open it in Edge and the behavior occurs. So it doesn't work on Edge, or it's just bugged in Edge. It is using fixed time scale with fixed delta time. Well, could be just the browser messing with something else then. No, doesn't work in Edge. Am I really good at this game, or it's just not that hard? There's also skins. Cool. You could make it that more uh more asteroids appear. The more distance you have gone through, or maybe put them in like difficult positions to get through. But overall, it's cool. I can change the difficulty. So let me lose then. Let me lose to change the difficulty. On the sound effects. Let's go to the menu. Oh, it's normal. Set to expert. Hardcore. Let's go to hardcore and let me go to this cosmetics. Red, blue, green. Dude, I have like 278. I like this one. Equip. Moon. The king. The hat. There's a bunch of cosmetics. I like it. Outline. Outline is epic. I think I'll go for outline. Let's see how. Oh, and it changes. Oh yeah, expert is another thing. Yeah, expert is another experience altogether. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is even like expert, or is this even possible? I feel like like I'm playing one of those Geometry Dash levels that are like extremely hard. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at here at that. But I like the cosmetics. The cosmetics, simple, pretty cool game. Pretty cool game. So thanks for sharing game. And those things when you say this game needed to have 60 FPS, but it's slower, so it's impossible. Okay, so back to deving, development. Let me close this. Let me get back to. Yeah, let me get to the Discord before going back to development. Okay, so you add a hatchet, a crude pickaxe. pickaxe. You're getting really fast with the development of the game. Pretty cool. We have that collider you're using to interact with other stuff. Most when you say this game also has a saving system. Nice. Okay, so going back to what we were doing before uh, my lunch break. And so yeah, I should just call you TC. Yeah, I think I'll. It will save me some time and neurons to I just say TC. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. And what's TCGM? What is it? Bluestigman, you say I have to go. Goodbye. Okay, Bluestigman, it was good to have you here, and see you next time. I'm gonna be like Monday through Friday, so if you have time, any of those days during this same time frame, feel free and welcome to join. Bye bye. The Crazy Game Master. That's a cool abbreviation. CGM. Um, okay, so in here, I wasn't here actually before. I was in this function here. Yeah, so I think that's working. I just wanted to clean this up a little bit because I added a list and I added it on at runtime. I was adding it locally, so there's a lot of garbage to collect. So this one, I'm going to create a new list in here below the enemies spawn list. So I'm gonna do Control F to search for stuff, and enemies spawned. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna go up top, and here it is. I think it should be here. Yeah, enemy index and quantity, or enemy index quantity. Here I'm going to. Oh, this is a dictionary. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to create a list of int. And Nepal say I like hand-drawn art. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Lots of different styles to experiment with and to see. With 3D too, like I think when at least for me, when I think about 3D, I normally see or normally think about realistic stuff, generally in games. But the graphics that I like the most are generally more low poly or very stylized. And it's not that I hate on realistic graphics. It's just that I think there's like so much potential into like not going realistic. Like we already see a lot of realism in all the other media, like in movies and whatever. I like seeing more stylized stuff. Okay, so here I'm gonna call enemy spawned, or it's gonna be larger larger than 0, or non-empty. How can I call this? I can call this larger than 0. Just for the enemies spawned. So I'm gonna call it enemy spawned with indexes larger than 0. And that's going to be a new list int. And I'm going to put a comment here because otherwise I'm going to forget what wilts means. So here, this is just a list that keeps or that stores the enemies spawned indexes where their value is larger than 0, with indexes larger than 0. And probably not going to read this a lot of times, but it's just there for for context. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm going to be right back. Hey, I'm back. Now I'm going to replace the replace the enemies spawn thing, or the thing that the list that I created before, with this new list. So I don't have to be creating a new list every single time that I try to do the penalty to the player. So here, let me go to the place. Here it is. So instead of doing this here, I'm going to do builds this one. First, I'm going to clear this list, or I could just not clear it. I don't necessarily need to clear this, but it's simpler this way. I'll just clear this list. Or I could I could just clear this list on restart. I could just clear this list on restart, so I don't have to be clearing it that much. So in here, when I reset subwave, I do the enemies spawn that clear, and I'm going to do the enemy spawn wilts that clear. But for now, just if or actually I'll need I'll need to do this anyway. So yeah, I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to clear that there, and here enemies spawned. If it's more than 0, I'm just going to replace this list from before, and enemies spawned wilds that add, and I'm going to add that value. And in here, enemies spawned list larger than 0. Yeah, so this is the wilds. Enemies spawned wilds that count. And here, the same thing. So for the count of that, I'm just going to grab a random from that list. Like basically, I'm just trying to grab whatever whatever index of that list is larger than 0, and I'm going to apply the penalty to that index. And oh, also, I have to make sure that once I apply that penalty, I actually need int run equals. I'm going to store that number, that index number, into this here. So I'm going to use this run. But why? Why do I need this? Because after that, I want to check if enemies spawned, and I want to access the same index. If it's less than 0, I'm going to set the value to 0 because it shouldn't go below that. Enemy spawned, rand equals 0. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So now I no longer have the debug.log that I had going on before. So I'll add it once again just to see that everything is working all right. I think that already should be working all right because I just changed a list. But I'll add it anyway just to try. It doesn't hurt, and what does hurt is not trying stuff out. So yeah, and here I'm not doing an if. I want to do a for, and I'm going to do an int e equals 0. E is less than what? Less than enemies alive, or enemies spawn really. Enemy spawned dot count, and I'm going to e plus plus, and then from here enemy spawned. What do I want to do? I want to debug that log, and what do I want to do? What do I want to debug? I'm going to say index, and let me put the money sign here so I can put variables in brackets, curly brackets. So in here, I want to get enemies spawned dot index. Enemy spawned, enemy index. Yeah, enemy spawned E. This is the index, right? No, that's the value. Yeah, so what I want here is this, right? And here's the value, right? I think I am getting it right. So now I just save this, and let's try this out. See. And Beneficus Cube says, so how is Magicka 3D going along? What's up, Beneficus? Welcome to the stream. Pretty well. It's going pretty well. I got a lot of comments from people telling me I was just doing Magicka And yeah, it's doing pretty well. I'm just fixing some stuff to make the game more enjoyable, and some like pretty bad thing that I had going on with basically when you kill enemies outside of the zone, like they were doing a weird calculation, so enemies like stopped spawning after a certain time, or started spawning slowly after a certain time. So yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Are you also interested in game development or just games? What is it that interests you? Beneficus. Okay, so now if I go outside, the value should decrease. Yeah, it does decrease. Yeah, it's hard to see, but in here I can see 5, 6, 7. It goes up once I'm in the zone, and once I'm outside of the zone, the values go down. So that's great. Awesome. And Beneficos gives say both. So do you use any game engines, or just getting into game development now? Yeah, what tools do you use? And in what aspects of game development are you interested? Maybe you're more on the artistic side, or maybe more on programming. What is it that you like? And Tali, you say, is this a side project or a break from human factory game? Is So I'm waiting for in January. They're going to tell me if I get the funds to turn Human Factory game into a full game. And for now, this is like my main project until then. And depending on the outcome, we'll see what I'll see what I do about that. But for now, I'm just enjoying developing this game. We'll see in January what happens. Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Okay, so now it's working. I can already tell. So I'm going to go here and delete this message here. Save. And I think I can just commit this to GitHub. It's already good for GitHub. And Beneficus Cubes, you say, I'm currently doing a Minecraft mod pack. Oh yeah, cool. So not directly coding, but I'm basically remaking whole tool material progression to be less linear and more co-op focused. Nice. Cool stuff. Sounds fun. Sounds fun. What do you use for making Minecraft modpacks? Like, do you use a certain software or something? I'm not really familiar with making Minecraft modpacks. Okay, so Wave Manager, I'm gonna go into Notion now, and I'm gonna put a message here that gives a little bit of info on what I just changed. So here would be like um like player penalization or out of zone penalty applied to zone penalty fix, basically out of zone penalty fix. Yeah, co-op tool progression does sound epic. So out of zone penalty is gonna be player out of zone penalty fix. Benefit to say there are mod managers open for public, and mostly just tweaking JSON, JavaScript, and config files to change how base and modded content interact with each other. Oh, okay. So it's like you're like tweaking it, curating the files that are already there, something like that, like just changing the values to make sure they work differently. They're like more balanced to what you want to try and achieve, right? Okay. Cool stuff. Nepal, you say it's less about heavy coding and more about smart adjustments to keep base and modded content balanced. Yeah, I've seen Nick made a mod for the Blantyre game. I don't know. Probably you don't know about the game, but because Nepal, you probably are familiar. You played it in your own streams. Nick made a a mod that modified the game so it's more like balanced, basically, because the balancing on Blendguard is very bad. Say, but if you go cubes, you say, but many mods I use crack open hard code into open files. Yeah, so you're gonna get into it. Like you're seeing the like the guts of the game anyway. Which is also very entertaining to see, like very interesting sometimes, like seeing how certain things are implemented. Even if you don't touch anything there, it's just pretty interesting how to see. Okay, player out of center penalty fix. So now instead of just reducing the enemy quota quota achieved, it also reduces the enemies spawned. Meaning, if the player kills more enemies outside of the zone, uh, they won't eventually start spawning slowly. Yeah, that's done. Now I'm going to commit one file to main and push to origin. And once that's done, I'm just going to move this task from doing to done. Makes sense. Some mods really dig into the hard code and expose it as open files. Yeah, they're especially if you like want to add more things into the game more than tweaking. There you have to get into the nitty gritty. Uh, or if you want to create like another system, you'll have to get in there. Or maybe not. If you're using another mod that already does that, just have to modify the other mod. And benefits gives you say, I change internal armor calculation, armor stats, and crafting processes. And crafting process, I'm intrigued. How did you change the crafting process? And Nepali says a clever way to let players tweak deeper systems without rewriting everything from scratch, though it can get messy if different mods start overlapping those changes. Yeah, that can certainly get messy. And when you use skills, you say app patch node writing. The surprisingly hard thing to do for it is. And Nepali say like durability, scaling, resource costs, or defense balance. And because you say I actually keep a physical notebook with changes I made or bugs I found and plan on fixing. Um, dude, I can't have a physical notebook. Like I always like the idea of having a physical notebook. I just don't get to the habit of writing stuff there. So I just keep everything in Notion. For me that works. I just think in the notebooks looks cooler. And Nepal is a true. Writing clear patch notes, it's harder than it looks, of course. Yeah, especially if you have like a limited uh for example, when writing commits, you have a limited space. Like probably you want to get what the changes are in a limited amount of lines, so it doesn't get like bloated and people actually read it. It feels like everything's digital now. Still, there's something kind of cool about flicking through handwritten notes. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And like drawing, I remember when I was in university, I had to draw a lot in physical paper. I I say I like it. It's cool, and according to my professor, I think it was nice. It also created another habit on how to like move your hand when drawing and stuff. I think it's pretty cool. But after like just after finishing that course from the university, I started drawing, or whatever drawing I made was in digital form. I already had the habits of drawing in physical, that I just move them and translate them to a screen, just easier for me. But because you say normally crafting armor is in Minecraft is just placing ingots in a right shape instead of workbench. I changed it so you have much more steps. Iron now needs to be further refined from cast ingots. That's cool. It's more like realistic and something similar to what Vintage Story does. I don't know if you have heard of that game, but it's like a more realistic version of Minecraft. Um, okay, so moving while spellcasting. That was something I need to do. So yeah, I have a comment here actually from the video, the where I shared the progress on this game, and some said dude 2192 said that he disliked not being able to move while spellcasting, and I think it's a fair thing to say. So when I'm spellcasting, I like basically don't hear, or I'm not listening to what the player is doing, or not paying attention to what keys are being pressed, because like you need those for casting spells, of course, but um also for moving. So I cancel all the moving, and focus on I just focus on making it so you can like cast the spells basically. And Tali say, I made it so you can cut stick with an axe to make a small stick. Nice. And Luca Bulimanti is here and says, Ciao, or well, you'll have to accept me not being able to pronounce that correctly. But you say, how is it going? It's going good. How are you going? I just fixed an error that was happening with the spawning. And Luca, you say, are you planning on adding consumables? I didn't really thought about it. That's a cool idea. I'm going to put it on feedback, on a feedback on Notion, so I can consumables. I haven't really tried it, or thought about it. Maybe you could make it so that the player can make potions. That would be cool. That would be a nice addition. Maybe before a certain wave, you can just go and make potions, so you have better chances at surviving that wave. And Beneficus wave, you say, on not just selecting spells from the menu, but following actual logic example. Each section of the radial menu is an element, like fire, ice, etc., but also shapes. So bullets, beams, grenades. Yeah. With each ingredient have a different effect, and depending on the ingredient effect, the potion's effect is different. Yeah, like in Breath of the Wild. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. Mm, yeah, I'm gonna leave this for later. And moving while spellcasting. Yeah, that's a lot of coding, but you get X times Y spell combinations. So you get fire plus grenade, explosive fireball. Yeah, that sounds cool. I think I want to think a lot about how I'm going to make this, but I'll probably do my own thing. Like I want to get separated from what's already there. Unless what's already there, it's like super good and it's better. But I want to explore like having a different design that's not like a copy of another design. Many small fireball, but it does sound cool. What Magicka does. Um, okay, so moving while spellcasting. What could I do to? Let me just open the the scripts that are related to this behavior. So it's just player movement and player spellcasting. So in here, when I do a spellcast, I call an event that I'm hearing here on the player movement. So on awake, I do I'm listening for on aim, on selecting spell, and on spellcast. So whenever I spellcast, I'm going to basically execute player casted spell. And what this does is we can actually go and check that out. Player casted spell it just makes the player face forward. That's the only behavior that happens now, right now. Look at you say you could add ranged weapons like bows or crossbows or even guns and make it possible to imbue them with certain spell. Yeah, I don't know about adding weapons, maybe a staff or something, but I want to keep this like uh, I don't know, like very concentrated on the magical stuff. And for example, you could imbue an arrow, but I'm still open and flexible to consider. You could imbue an arrow with healing spell and heal an ally from afar. And so basically, weapons would replace shapes from my idea. Also, this is gonna be a pure magic game. I want to keep it mostly magic, like just being like super immersed in the magic world. And if you could give, oh, how about making staffs a limited durability pick up stuff, pick up buffs? That would be a cool idea too. Be a cool idea. Yeah, but that would be for later because I first want to like lock in the main thing, like just casting spells, adding more spells, adding more enemies, and of course I would have to do more animations and like handle how the player behaves when it has a staff versus when it doesn't have a staff. But I like the ideas. Yeah. So in here when I spellcast, let me get into here on selecting spell. That's the event that is telling everywhere, like every any other script, when I'm casting a spell or where when you're selecting a spell. So in here, I can just go to references, and there's 6 places where this is being called. So in UI manager, okay, so to the UI manager, it probably tells it when it's selecting a spell, like just open that menu. But on player movement, I can actually just go there and see what's happening. So yeah, I do set player spell selecting, and all that does is turn a boolean to a certain value, and I can check where I'm using that value or where I'm using that variable. So in update, if player is spell selecting, I'm basically canceling the movement. This is the only line, like super simple. This is the only line that's controlling if the movement will go through or not. What about martial magic? Magic that revolves around throwing hands. Um, does sound fun. I'm not gonna lie, does sound fun. But I'm not sure. Not sure. I'll have to see about that. For now. For the near future, I'll just only add like more classical magic spells, like uh, like damage on area, like having stuff coming from the sky, or just things that you can see in other games, like more classical stuff. Okay, so if I remove this line, mm, yeah, if I remove this line, let me just do that. The behavior is already like done, but I have to find a way to like make this basically not, so you can still move. Okay, so here, for example, you can still move, but it doesn't feel like, I don't know. I could just make that you need to spellcast with the arrows, but the thing about making it not uh so you have to spellcast with the arrows is that you have to get your hand away from your mouse, and that could be annoying. Just it's as simple as that. Like the behavior is already there, you know. Like nothing is limiting you from moving now. Um, but yeah, so let me see if I let me see if I go in here, and instead of just removing that, I'm going to leave that there, and I could just do that. You can't really cast spell with WSED, like just changing the control, so you can still move, but you can only cast spells with with the arrow keys. And yeah, lookable mountain. You say quick suggestion. You could add trouble consumable similar to pots from Elden Ring, each having their own element, and depending on your most used spell element, the projectile gets a buff. Yeah, that could enter into what you said about like the consumables. They could be in that same category. Okay, so in here, player when I do player spellcasting, all the calculations happen here. So it would basically just do I just yeah, just basically delete this. That's the only thing that's telling the the, the game which keys are being pressed. So if I remove this inputs, the WSID is free, and it doesn't interact with up, left, right, up, down. So yeah, I can still move, and I okay. Yeah, so I would need to actually just do what I was doing before, this thing here. remove this part, save. If I try this out, now I can move because there's nothing impeding my movement, and I can also get spells. But now they are not uh, associated to the WSAD keys, so I can still move. And Nick is here. Welcome back to the stream, Nick. How was the movie? Was it good? Was it not that good? Was it incredible? Yeah, so now you can still move when pressing these arrow keys. It's just because mm, the horizontal and vertical inputs are associated to both WSAD and the arrow keys. And Nick to say, on my verdict, compared to the first movie, it was amazingly good. Nice. So, how would you rate the first movie compared to the second one? It was actually scary in a non-cheap way. Nice, yeah, because I saw the first one, and I'm not the biggest Final Night at Freddy's fan, but it was okay. Like it was, I don't know, meh. But yeah, like I was expecting more horror, really. Even though it's like more, maybe the target, well, like the public that's gonna see it, I don't know, don't like horror that much or whatever. But I would guess, yeah. Um, okay, so in here, I'll have to check input get axis raw horizontal. Did you say you should watch it if you saw the first one? I don't want to spoil it. Okay. Um, okay, so I want to separate the. Oh, since I'm getting the axis raw, I can just not do this horizontal. Um, yeah, the way I get this is gonna be different then. So here, let's do the X first. But let me put this back here, like format this better, put some better formatting into this. Oops. Let's just grab everything from here. I don't know why it's not grabbing it correctly here. And I don't want this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Let me just press backspace. So now it's correctly formatted. And I'm going to separate the Z axis calculation, the X axis calculation, and here F input dot get axis, or it is going to be like get key down, key code. And I need to say, but my friend who is not into Final Freddy's or scary movies went with me, and he said it was scary. Win in my book. I'm desensitized from the amount of horror movies I saw. And need to say, compared to the second one, the first one is like a 4 out of 10, speaking strictly in spookiness. Yeah, in terms of horror, I'm a little bit desensitized too. Like, I really enjoy horror movies. I watch it a lot. But for real, I don't really get scared a lot. I think I don't know. Uh, the best horror movies for now, for me now, are more like indie type. Like they get you into a very cool um in a very cool like ambient. I don't know how to explain it, but it's more than just a scary scenario. It's more like the ambience or the yeah, like the the ambience that they create. And yeah, so if I do the get key down, I'll have to do some variables for I'll have to do some variables for this. So in move input, I'm going to create some variables here. So it's going to be private bool forward press private bool backwards press private bool left press private bool right press. Because I could just change the move input, but I'm not sure if if I'm reassigning it somewhere. I think I'm not. I could actually just to do the. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not reassigning it anywhere. So I probably won't need this. What I just did. And need to say I don't know how, but the first one didn't have any deaths. I don't think there was like one dead guy. In his one, they crushed a guy's. In this one, they crushed a guy's head, and there was a full-on possession of people. I know. Seems like more, yeah, more spookiness, more. But I think there was deaths in the first one. Like I think there was like the first scene with like Foxy going for a guard or something. Wasn't that a death? Like it wasn't on camera. Um. Okay, so in here, I'm just gonna leave everything here. So bye bye. That's gone. And in here, yeah. So if uh, but I still need to know if this thing is pressed or do I? No. Get key code, get input horizontal. I guess there was a lot of implied death or like shadows of it. In this one, they went all in with the crouching up until the pop where there's a limp body. Okay, that's actually better. That's actually better. Okay, so here in input key code, I want to have W. If I press that, input that X or input that Y, W. No, this is for left and right. So it's gonna be 8. And here else if input that get key down key code that A move input that X equal equals 0 probably. And did you say there was no scene with a missing head or on a body, but the implications were much better? Speaking in absolutes, there's still stuff that doesn't make much sense and leaves many questions and not scary, but it was very much better than the old one. Well, that's an improvement. Mm. Is there like a third movie announced or something? Um. Okay. I'll go back to what I had. I'll go back to what I had actually. I like it better. Yeah, that. So I'll just say here, void register keys, or yeah, register input keys, register presses or key presses. And need to say, oh yeah, they showed off Springtrap, the Haunted House. Golden Freddy said he'll come back stronger or whatever. Yeah, Final Phase 3 teased. So, well, they have another movie to improve, right? To do it even better than this one. I didn't like the very ending all that much, but there was no pillow fort scene. That's good. I think it was kind of silly for a kind of a horror movie some way. I don't know. To be honest, I didn't really enjoy that much the first movie. Like I went with people, and it was meh. But I think I would have enjoyed it more if I was a little bit younger and I was in a like just into Final Fantasy. Okay, so here is gonna be get or register key presses. So in here, if input dot get key down key code dot a gonna be mm, or left press equal true, else if input dot get key down. I could solve this easily, I think, using the newer input system, but I just don't care. Left press. Probably gonna add it someday in the development of this. I'm just going to copy this for WSID. This is going to be W, or I'm going to do it left, right, up, down, this. Yeah, probably not the best way to do this. Probably the best way would be importing the Neo input system, but it's all right, all right. And Nepo, you say, sounds like they really stepped up to get the scares and set up Final Fantasy 3 in a big way. And need to say there were, of course, still a lot of references to fun games, self-referential things that just make sense. But there is still that cheesy contrast of just bad kids stuff. It's not as bad as I thought. Nepo, you say those fun game nods and self-references. keep it fun, even if the cheesy bits sneak in. Yeah, I think there's like a large part of the community that just likes to see that, and I think it's cool. Like if you have a movie that's based on a game, like you have to include the community, the modding community, like everything related to it, because it's like a big part of who really will enjoy the movie most. Forward, forward, backward, backwards. So if the left, if left is pressed, and I'm doing all of this just because I don't want to have, or is there a way to? I think actually there could be a way. I'm gonna search something quickly. Or I'm just going to search it inside Unity, because I think in preferences you can change what keys do preferences. Like inputs, if I go to inputs here somewhere there's inputs probably. Search blind, scaling. Do you remember where the inputs are? Is it in build profiles? Build profiles. And I need to say it's a movie for the community. It's not an amazing movie, but it's great either way. I'm happy today. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I think uh, it doesn't really matter if it's that good of a movie, if it's like a fun or engaging for the community, which is uh, the group of people that will enjoy that movie the most and probably are the most excited for those movies. Like good fan service. Um, yeah, so player settings probably is there. Inputs, it is there. Input management, yeah, that's it. That's where you get the access. So in here I have horizontal negative button, the left, right, positive buttons. Now sensitivity 3, gravity 3. Yeah, we have a horizontal and vertical here, so I could just not have those pop up. Like it's just gonna be WSID. Yeah, that's simpler than what I was doing before. And yeah, probably say same here. It's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. And I'm pumped to dive into some Helldivers after work. Nice. Helldivers. So yeah, I'm going to delete this. Delete this and delete this and this and this. I probably can just do negative. So this is negative. I'm just going to do A here and D here and here S and W. I haven't played Helldivers in a long time. Um, the last time I played, it was for making the video, but I just played like a one mission just to record the beginning of the video that I made. But I really want to get to play more. And also Arc Raiders, like I played Arc Raiders like 24 hours in like 3 days or something. Like I got super obsessed there. But I don't play a lot. I just play in short bursts. Like I play a lot in short bursts, but those bursts are not a lot. Okay, so now if I go here back to what I was doing here, registered key presses is actually not needed now. I think this can stay the same. All of this can stay the same. I no longer need this because the horizontal and vertical will not take into consideration the arrow keys, just the WSAD. I can close this, and I hope it works. Nick, you say who are the new guys, and why did it change? Why did you change account? Oh, for the mod privileges, privileges, privilege. I'm struggling. Um, do you want mod on the other account too? Because you use both, and you've told me that you like the other one better. And the new guys in Discord are, I don't know, I haven't checked really. Probably new guys from today's stream. Let me check the welcome. Yeah, TCGM. It's a guy from today. A guy from today. He makes games too. Pretty cool. And Ray 254. I'm not sure. The only Ray that I know is a Raylandia. Maybe he left and joined again. Could be. Let's say hi to them. Okay, so now I can move. Yeah, I can move, and I can cast spells while moving, but it's not. They are not related to this. And Nipple, you say no clue. And Nick, you say I'm logging into this one right now because I can listen in the background. This account is for my modded YouTube. For what do you mean with modded YouTube? Okay, so that works. I can trigger the spells and I can move. So cool. So while moving, I can invoke new spells. And shouldn't this deactivate then? No. Okay, so that's done. That was a fairly easy fix, I think. Never you say modded YouTube. What do you mean by that? Like customized clients or special features? And ad lock, floating window, listening to videos and streams while the phone is off, and I'm checking Discord and all. Okay, okay. Sponsor blog also. I remember the first time I saw. Oh, and I have to remove this. I no longer need this. Need this. I saw my videos get ads. Like there are ads in my videos when you enter to my video. On some, I think. And I'm not even monetized. Player spell selecting. Yeah, it is no longer like there's no longer anywhere that I'm using this. Well, you say I get free YouTube Premium with my cell phone plan. That's epic. That's epic. Okay, so anything else here? If else, okay, yeah. So I removed the is player spellcasting and whatever. Yeah, that's all. And here in player spellcasting, I'm no longer checking for WSID, just the arrows. So that's good. Now let's go into the summary. And need you say both. For example, I have shorts disabled because they are bad. There's a lot of client customization, but I'm using this RVX Revanced extended mainly for the above listed features. I also used to have Revanced or something similar like YouTube Advanced just for like basically when I read manga or whatever, I just like to or whenever I wanted to hear to a DJ set that's pretty like hours, it's pretty long hours and stuff. I used to just do that because yeah, you can't have that ads in the middle of things. And more than ads, it was so I can just turn off my cell phone or I can just go and do whatever else with the cell phone. Okay, so here, let's go to Notion. What was this task? Mm, in here, so it's moving while spellcasting. Moving while spellcasting. Um, I have considered maybe instead of using the arrow keys just when you use control, so you can move and you don't need to lift your hand from the mouse to put the key, your fingers in the arrow keys. I could maybe do like a radial menu of some kind where you have to like select the directions instead of just the arrow keys because it's pretty annoying. At least for me, it's pretty annoying that you have to lift your hand all the time for spellcasting. But that's still something I have to consider. So this weekend, I'm going to think a lot on what new things to add and whatever. So next time I stream on Monday, I have like everything prepared and whatever, and like all the tasks organized, so I can just move on and start implementing instead of thinking the design of stuff. And need to say, nice. Vance got DMCA by YouTube, I think, and Revanced was created with the caveat of you having to apply the fixes yourself. They're not distributing modded YouTube, they're distributing the means to mod the app, therefore going around YouTube rules. And Mijo, you say, I'm back. Someone called me and stuff. What happened so far? Welcome back, Mijo. Welcome back. We had a chat about the Final Freddy's movie. And in terms of what happens in the gameplay, I just made that you can you can basically keep moving while you're casting spells. So now like you basically don't get stuck. Like when you're casting, you can keep moving. And um, the only things that are getting taken into account are the actual arrow keys. So you can still spell cast while you're walking, because a lot of people seem to really like to just move around when they spell cast. What else? I fixed another thing before, but that's a little bit hard to explain, or not harder. in terms of complexity of what I did, but it's just hard for me to explain. And Miho say, can that be a setting? It could be a setting. I would have to intentionally make it a setting. And if I want this game to be like real game or commercial game in some day, I need to put settings for you to modify the controls. So probably be I'll be tweaking it. I'll be tweaking it and probably put a setting or something. Maybe if not that, something similar. But I'm not. Don't get your hopes up. I'm not really saying that I'm going to turn this into a commercial game or whatever. I'm not sure. I'm just developing it now, and at some point, if it turns out to be like a good enough game with enough content, then yeah. But I'm not. I'm just expanding here, like having a core that's good for expanding on and expanding on that core. Um, I guess I'll be working at least until January on this. At least until January. So after January, two things can happen. In January, they tell me if they give me funds for the Human Inc. game. That's the code name, but like the factory game. So if they give me money, I basically develop the game. If they don't give me money, I still want to develop that game someday, but it's not like a priority because I can still like do it. And honestly, it's been a lot since I touched that project. I have to rework so many things. I don't really want to touch it, but if they pay me, I touch it. I'll go back at it to it. And Miho, you say yeah, because some people do just use WSD for the spells. But if I can't keep moving, guess I can use our keys. Yeah, you could cast with WSD. Always for the money. What's up, Seba? ¿Cómo estamos? ¿Cómo va todo? Yeah, of course, if they fund me, like I'm just gonna go work, automatically just going to work on it. Oh, and they would give me the results in January, but it wouldn't be until April that I'm going to be working on that game if they fund me. So hypothetically, I could be working in this game for January, February, and well, yeah, 3 months, 3 months. Yeah, like everyone else. I have to, I have to pay stuff. Like I have to earn money someday. Yeah, so that's done. Let me put that in here on. Let me give it a little bit of a description so it's not empty. Okay, moving while spellcasting. Okay, now the arrow keys no longer control movement, and movement is not locked while spellcasting. It takes me a while to find emojis, and the only thing that I don't like about YouTube streaming is, well, it's not a bad thing per se in YouTube, but it's so much better in Twitch. Like the emotes, and you can get like gifs even there in the chat is just so much better. But I get it. Like YouTube is not mainly made for streaming, even though they could use some improvements into in the emojis matter. Okay, so commit two files to main, push to origin. And Nick, you say eventually we'll get to the point where you have the blue button thing. I forgot the name. What blue button? Like with I think you have to get like 3,000 hours of watch time and like 500 subscribers to get like more like customized emojis for your channel. That's what you mean? Oh yeah, the that thing with for the emotes, right? Yeah, emotes. Yeah, I hope it improves because it would be very fun to have better emotes. Okay, so let's go to yeah, here doing pass that to done. What else? Mm, this is gonna be like probably a painful fix. I'll probably be debugging this for some hours, so I'm not sure if I'll tackle this on stream. Um, and I'm not sure I want to redesign the UI yet. What could I do? Let me see what I have here in the issues. When deleting an animated entity, cancel its animation. So between, I think this doesn't happen anymore because I'm using like a polling system where instead of creating deleting enemies, I just create them one time, and when instead of like destroying the enemies, I disable them, and whenever I need a new enemy, instead of creating one, I just enable one that's already existing. So I don't think this error really happens anymore. Sometimes pathfinding breaks. I don't know why. I just didn't don't even know how to recreate this, so I'll just leave it here. And yeah, enemies sometimes get stuck. There's not one a single task that's appealing to me to work on right now. On stream at least. Walking sideways animation, player idle animation. I could include some feedback. Let me read some feedback. Miho, you say the join button? Yes, join button. And Nepo, you say you should promote your coffee? Yeah, probably. I should promote it more. Like I have thought about other ways to promote my stuff, but it can get annoying. Maybe I'll have like a coffee or Discord pop up that will show every, I don't know, 10 minutes in the stream, in the top corner or something. That's gonna be like support me on coffee, and then it's gonna go away, or join the Discord server and that's gonna go away. That would be a cool thing. And instead of you say vote to Roman make game with mechanical gambling. Let's go gambling. I thought about. I'm not gonna lie. I thought about that. Once I played. What's this game? Um, this game's about slots that includes like roguelike mechanics. Clover Pit. I played that game's pretty good. I thought about doing something similar, but with a roulette and having a different world, of course. But yeah, I don't think I'll do gambling soon. Oh, roulette, let's go. Yeah, so can get inside the floor. I'm probably gonna do this. If this gets annoying as a task to see on stream, like it gets pretty repetitive, I'll just end stream and work on this like just super focused. Because already been like 4 hours and a quarter. But yeah, I'm just gonna talk about this. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna be right back. But just to get some water. Like I got out of water. Yeah, it seems like the public does demand it. They really want gambling games, gambling addicts. Thank you for wishing me the best, dude. I really appreciate it, and I wish you the best for your projects too. You're getting pretty good at what you do, so keep going, man. Okay, so fix sometimes enemies can get inside the floor. Probably an error in spawning. I could do two things like make sure the spawning takes the the floor levels into consideration. I haven't had that happen to me. And what else? If the enemy or make basically just check every X time if the enemy is stuck inside a collider and try to find another undebug it, like put it. Maybe I could do a raycast that hits from the position of the enemy that hits the ground, and whenever I have a hit point, I could teleport it there. That would be a way to solve it. Every time at every X time, if the enemy is stuck inside a collider, if it is, get it out of it. Get it out of it. Why am I bigger now? Oh yeah, scale. And we always say we need Discord integration in chat at some point. Discord integration. But how would that look? Like, what? Oh, I'm not showing this here. Okay, yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Um, yeah. What about the Discord integration? Like, what do you mean? What with that? Okay, let's go to the wave spawner, and I'll check two things: the wave spawner and enemy movement. So here you have enemy movement or enemy brain. I'm gonna actually open both of those. And the wave manager. Wave, where is it? Here. I declined the duel. Oh, I know. I didn't accept it. Like if Discord chat was connected to YouTube chat or maybe just stream chat, like the Discord chat into it could get wild. Not that wild to be honest. Like I don't think anyone would do anything crazy, but just to make sure. Casalab or however you say it, it's also known to sometimes just stop getting stuff from YouTube chat. If we were to add it, we'd have a way to inform you on having emotes. Absolute win. A high cooldown will always be needed. Yeah, because on Discord, people not only talk about the stream, they talk about other stuff. About I think it was nicked with Necrev that went on for like an hour of combo just about uh like Brawl Stars. But I think it wasn't shared web on your channel. That could work. I would have to give it some proper thought and consideration. Okay, so when I get valid position, I think I don't really have a way to test this because I haven't got the error myself. And I don't really know how to replicate it. But I guess I could have some good practices. I'll look again at get valid spawn position. Okay, so I'll probably just stress test this. Because everything that I'm doing here on to get a valid spawn point position is just like picking an X and Z, so forward and left and right of between or inside the radius of the zone, you know. Then when I pick that, I basically just check if with a raycast in that position, I cast a raycast down to that position and check if that has uh, an appropriate, like basically if it's inside the navigational mesh, that blue thing that you can see here. If I go here in the map, I expand this, you can see there's like a blue mesh. I check if where I cast the ray, if that's there, like that's a valid position too to spawn. Otherwise, the enemy AI will get all funky. Nick say, I know it probably can be done with just a webhook. Yeah, basically like we have the Minecraft one. Okay. So I go back here. And I get enough hit that position. On enemy at. Could it be like what would happen if I don't really return a valid result? Okay, so 16 is the maximum change in elevation. Entity spawner transform that position. Dude, since yesterday, all you do now is just gamble with the roulette. Oh, okay, so I am actually trying 10 times to get a valid position. Otherwise, I should make sure. Yeah, I should make sure that this. Maybe I could just improve, like give it more tries. But even if I don't have, even if the tries can't get a valid position, I should have like a fallback. So one thing I'll do is I'm just going to increase the tries to 15 just in case. And then in here, I could just return this. I could just return this. You can say I'm still on the Discord channel for chat integration point. Cat memes are an essential life force. Yeah, but the thing about that is people can send a lot of stuff and it's going to show up on the stream. Like if someone wakes up a little bit silly, I'm screwed. I could get a strike or something. Um, that's my main concern. And here, yeah, here I could just return this, return now position. Otherwise, yeah, images shouldn't be displayable then. Yeah. Yeah, but where would where would I put the other chat? Because for example, this chat that I have behind me is joining both chats, so it's both vertical and horizontal. That's why I have it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have it. I could just have the stream avatars, and because most of the people that are new in the channel join from the vertical stream, I would say, and then they get converted to horizontal enjoyers, but they started as vertical peasants. You know. And you say, um, so you can't just add a new message input point like when you had Twitch. No, it's not that simple because it's like I didn't do that. Like I didn't add the points myself. Those integrations were made into the software. You know, were made into the plugins and whatever that I was using. And for example, Stream Avatars supports multi-streaming. Uh, the plugins that I used back then supported multi-streaming. That's why I could do it. Okay, so here in the Wave Manager, I do more of this. And here, and Nepo say, Romanleco, I followed you on Blue Sky. Thanks, dude. Thanks, appreciate it. I don't really use X or Blue Sky really, but it's there. You know, it's there. Like I used it back then when I wasn't streaming because it's just easier to share updates there if you're not doing anything else. But yeah, and Nick, you say that complicates things. Yes, it does. Not gonna get into specifics. Um, yeah. So now, what I want to have is like a fallback, and the fallback should be just. It shouldn't be this. Entity spawner transform that position plus vector up times 16. Um, so it would be, yeah, the entity spawner transform that position. So the current position of the zone plus 16 places up, 16 units up. I'm not sure. Not sure about this. Because why would it be plus 16? Need to say, I think there is probably a Discord integration thing on your background display thing, because that's not a complex thing. For sure, there needs to be a webhook support or plugin, but stream avatars, I don't know. I got this from like a streamer, a stream, like yeah, a YouTube guy that does streaming too, that is only like focusing on OBS. And it's a plugin he made, but I checked it out. It's pretty simple one. It doesn't have anything Discord related. I checked it out. Origin, vector tree origin, origin X, origin Z, origin equal res. Oh, oh, yeah. So this thing, I'm actually just using this as a to reset the origin since I'm changing the values of it. But I can't really return this like this. So I need to have a proper fallback. Yeah, wait, this the cheese guy is like the real master gambler here, because he has like 700. He was here gambling before. 700 is crazy, just from gambling. Yeah, I think, dude, I think I'll just leave it here. I don't think I can do. There's no more tasks for me to do that are like not me focusing for an extended period of time. So I think I'll wrap it up here. So if you want to do a final gamble before I go, and I'll see you Monday. Uh, and now's the time. Yeah, I'll handle this off stream where I can focus more more into this stuff, and I'll come back on. Oh yeah, on Monday I'll come with a lot of sound effects. So decided for the game, so I can just start implementing them into the during the next streams. And Fatum Pandian says, "Man, it's ending already." Yes, it's ending. I'm just finishing here, um, but I'll be live Monday. So if you want to join, uh, you're very welcome to do so. Monday through Friday, and I started almost yeah, I started at the same time. So there you go. And thanks for joining, and thanks for chatting here, Farun. And I hope I can see you in the next stream. So I'm going to be closing here, and I put my background here. So thanks a lot, guys, for joining. Like always, I appreciate you, and I'll see you Monday with a bunch of interesting stuff to add to the game. and with some more other stuff thought, so we can just get to implementation. Um, that's it. Take care and have a fun and good rest of the day and your weekend. Bye bye. Take care. See you guys. My pleasure to be back.